Where is it?
Don't you think my craftsmanship deserves a
It's called being a freelancer. All folks just don't get it.
Don't you think
It's
my
called being a
craftsmanship
freelancer.
deserves a
All folks just don't get it.
Okay. Okay, I need to do my dailies real quick, and then we'll get into this. Okay.
It's called being a freelancer. All folks just don't get it.
Add Ash.
Okay, so we need to, let's see. Oh wow, is that 140? So this is going to be an interesting topic. So we're going to be talking about the recent RDNA 3 announcement that happened earlier today. This is a very big announcement. Hey Joey, good evening. We're going to be talking about the recent RDNA 3 announcement that happened earlier today in Las Vegas. So I was actually surprised. There were a couple things that were surprising. One of them, probably the most surprising thing, was the price. Because I think I said 1,000 to 1,100, if I remember correctly, on the previous stream. So I was surprised that it was 1,000. So it was actually at the lower number from my initial estimate. Which is pretty surprising.
nowhere to run.
So I think what's going to happen is this is kind of a play by AMD to try to take market share. They're basically trying to buy market share by pricing it where they are. Because unfortunately for consumers, Nvidia has sort of conditioned the market to be okay with spending over $1,000 for a graphics card. And it's not completely Nvidia's fault. I think part of it was the supply shortages over the last 2 years that got us to where we are in terms of having to overpay for hardware.
Come at me again. You stay condemned. Surrender.
Hear my prayer.
Through me, justice is served. Guilty. You stay condemned.
I almost had that cue. There we go.
Nowhere to run.
So I'm pretty surprised. I think yesterday I said $1,100 was what I thought it would cost for the. Well, I gotta go back and look because I think I said 1,000 at the low end, 1,200 at the high end. In terms of where I thought they would price the flagship model, so the 7900 XTX. I do find it interesting that they're going back to their old naming scheme from the days of ATI, from like 20, not 20 years ago, like 15 years ago, somewhere around there. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with the lower, because I think what this means is AMD is going to try to win market share from Nvidia by pricing it at this price point. Now, $1,000 isn't really cheap by any means. It's like playing whack-a-mole. Oh. But you know, that's good news to me because I might actually try to get one of these now. Because of where it's priced, it is still expensive, but it's not like 4090 levels of expensive. It's funny, after I watched the video, I was looking at the comments. One of the comments was, you can buy a 7900 XTX and a Ryzen 9 7950X for the price of a single RTX 4090. That's pretty hilarious and relatively interesting, I would say.
Grant us your blessing.
Sharing my knowledge. Sick of this. Committed to memory.
Wow. Wow, her ult is actually a lot stronger than I thought it would be. But I don't know. I'm gonna try to budget for a 7900 XTX. I was able to get the 6900 XT at launch, so I was never able to get the 3080 or the 3090 at launch. So I kind of gave up on those. The only reason why I have the 3080 Ti and the 3090 Ti was during the Best Buy clearance earlier this year.
Do your worst.
Like right as things were crashing, you were able to actually buy them from Best Buy. Literally just walk into the store and they were there. Oh, that reminds me, I do need to. Oh, I'm gonna need the dormant one, so we're gonna have to farm those fungus without using electricity. You can use water on them, but you can't use electricity, which is basically half of my party.
Do your worst. Grant us your blessing.
Committed to memory.
Alright, it's not that easy to kill one of these things, huh?
Yield.
I need fungal spores. I don't have enough of these. Somehow I miscalculated the amount that I needed. What? Defeat all these? Whoa. Oh, okay.
Make yourself at home. I see everything.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stay condemned. Guilty.
This guy with the shield.
You stay condemned. Your penance is due.
One thing that that I'll comment on about that presentation. We'll talk a little bit more about it once I'm done with the dailies here.
Hear my prayer. Yield.
Sharing my knowledge. Hey.
We're gonna have to run like a cryo party, a freeze party, because this isn't gonna work.
Through me, justice is served. You stay condemned.
Oh, they don't even drop their thing, so I guess. Okay. Oh, that was all that was? I'll wait until the following day. Okay. We'll wait until the wait, not this. We'll wait until the following day then. I mean, that means I have to go to here? Oh, wait. Just wait until the following day. Just go there, whatever. So I do think though that these new Radeon GPUs are probably going to be really good value. It'll be interesting to see, because I do think that because they're topping out at $1,000, that does mean that their more budget-friendly options will make a lot of sense. Because Nvidia has priced their top range so high, I don't know what they're gonna do about their lower-end offerings. Unless they just want to have a $1,600 GPU that's so much more expensive, just out there off by itself, and then everything else is more, you know, like 500 or 600 and less. If they do, that'll come out later. Like that'll probably be like what, a year from now? A 7950 XTX would probably be next, or you know, like a whole year from now. So I don't really expect any kind of announcement like that. Oh, Whopper Flower, really? Oh boy. I don't know. I mean, one thing though that I do think, I watched Jay's 2 cents, his reaction video to this, because I think he did a really good job kind of summarizing it. I do kind of agree with him. What's interesting is that they did not talk about Nvidia. Okay, other than saying that you don't need a new power supply, You don't need a new computer case if your case can't fit like a 4090, for example. Other than that, they didn't really talk about their competition at all. They didn't show any comparisons. They didn't even show relative comparison to the competition. They did show relative comparison to the RDNA 2, but they didn't talk about the competition at all, which in a way, that can be a good thing for them, because when you don't talk about your competition, you know, people are less likely to look at the competition. I think when you talk about your competitors, the negative aspect of doing that for you as the person trying to sell something is that your potential buyer will look at the competition to compare your product offerings to theirs. So by not mentioning them, other than like the negative stuff in the media that's been surrounding the 4090 recently, which we talked about yesterday, I think they're doing a better job of not mentioning them. So I'm actually glad that they didn't talk about Nvidia at all. They didn't show any like performance benchmarks. They sort of made this all about Radeon, all about the future for RDNA 3, the improvements in ray tracing, the improvements, basically the new architecture. So we'll go over that in a little bit here. I'm almost done with this. Let me just finish up this stuff real quick.
But it's bound to run out.
We need to probably run a group that's not electric based. I'll probably have to go with cryo. And I might have to run like another dendro and another hydro. You know what? I think Nilu's group would be good in this.
Thank you for
Might actually do that. But let's first fight the boss. But I don't know. I'm gonna try to get one if I can. I don't know if it'll be gobbled up by scalpers. It will, but I don't know if it will be as quick. It all depends on supply. I don't know if AMD's supply will be anywhere near as good as Nvidia's, because historically it's not. So, meaning it's harder to get an AMD card. But the problem is, if the scalpers don't care as much to try to flip the Radeon card compared to the Nvidia one, because I do think that it's easier to flip an Nvidia card on eBay than an AMD one. It's not that you can't flip an AMD card, I just think that because there's less demand, it'll sit on your listings longer than if you were to sell a GeForce card. So I think if I was a scalper, I'd rather scalp the Nvidia cards.
We shall prevail.
Surrender.
Because the turnaround time on the sales volume is quicker.
Here's the good.
Nowhere to run.
Just going back to my tank.
Pin them down.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Their penance is due.
He does deal a lot of damage. Sino does a lot of damage.
Guilty.
He can single-handedly bring this thing like down to less than 1/3 of its health. That's pretty amazing.
Grant us your blessing. Do your work.
Nowhere to run.
I think that didn't go to final phase.
You're exposed.
There we go.
Everyone hold hands.
Does that work? Oh no, that doesn't work.
Here's the good.
Futile.
Yeah, if it's me, I would aim for the 7900 XTX. But I'm kind of in a weird position because I already have the 6950 XT. Now, in one metric, they did say that it's 70%. Well, they said up to 1.7x faster than the 6950 XT, I think, which is interesting because that means they're comparing it to the highest end RDNA 2 offering today, not the 6900 XT, which would probably be the one that you would want to compare it to, but they're actually comparing it to the more recent one that launched earlier this year. Although I kind of think the 4090, well, the 4090 was compared mostly with the 3090. There were some metrics by NVIDIA comparing it with 3090 Ti, but they didn't really do a whole lot of comparisons. So, the fact that AMD didn't compare it to NVIDIA is totally fine because NVIDIA never compared their 4090 to AMD's stuff. So I don't have a problem with that at all. Alright, we need to hunt these fungus. What I'll do is I'll create a party for hunting fungus. Wait. We'll get rid of him. We'll run her.
Anything I can help you with?
And we need Tanari.
Let's go gather some samples.
The new girl.
There are still so many
And another
places
water.
for us to explore.
Who's another water? Who was I just using? Oh, Candace.
Stay close.
Put Candace here. She's a tank. He's the archer. She's the water thing. I'll just do double water. Well, actually, no. This is like... Okay, no. Just do this. Yes. Need to find fungus. Actually, I can go back to my old hunting ground pre-Sumeru, which would be the underground chasm. I think there was a group. There was like a group around here. Or here? Yeah, over here.
Glade!
This dance is for you. With all my strength. Make yourselves at home. Commit it to memory.
Wow. 14,000. What?
This might hurt a little. Hey! Commit it to memory. This might hurt a little. Here.
We'll just put her. She'll make super bloom. And then we can just get this guy out of the way.
I'll uproot you. Enshroud. Can't see.
Okay, we'll talk about here. Let me. Well, I just need more of these fungal spores. In terms of performance, they said what? Roughly 55%. If you look at the metrics that they published, according to AMD, from their own test, it's like 55% faster than the 6950 XT.
One with the forest.
Hear my prayer. Do your worst.
So what does that mean compared to 4090? Well, we'd have to look at how much faster 4090 is
Can't see.
than the 6900 XT or 6950 XT. The problem.
Sharing my knowledge.
She just did.
Grow. Yeah.
The problem is the relative performance between the 4090 and the 7900 XTX isn't even a fair comparison, because the problem is they're not even close in price. So it's like, I don't know if comparing to 4090 is even a valid thing to do. Cyberpunk 4K FSR 62 FPS with ray tracing. Yeah. What is Cyberpunk 4K FSR with ray tracing on a 3090? I'd have to go back and look. The card from Nvidia to compare it to is the 3090, not the 4090.
If you're not sure what to do
I won't
next,
even be comparing
how about I
4090
take you
with
on a
this
walk?
AMD card, because they're not even in the same price bracket. It's not a fair comparison. The only Nvidia card... So the Nvidia card that everyone's going to compare this to... You watch only DLSS on 4090? The only Nvidia card to compare the 7900 to is the 4080. The 4080 is $1,200, so that's going to be the one that people are going to compare it to. Comparing it to the 4090 isn't really fair, because they're not even in the same price bracket. Like, that's like comparing a $35,000 car to a $20,000 Honda Civic. Like, you know what I'm saying? Basically, it's not the right... Like, comparing a 4090 and a 7900 XT is not a valid comparison, because they're completely different price brackets. It's not fair to compare a Lexus, like a Lexus IS 300 to a Honda Civic. It's not the right comparison, if that makes sense. So I would never do that. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I'm trying to... Oh, actually, Candace can break those. I think she can.
Pin them down.
Yeah, she's actually pretty good at doing that. I didn't even realize. So she's a polearm character that can actually farm the ores.
Too easy.
I'm probably gonna get one of those 7900 XTs though. Well, you know, I don't know. Like, the interesting thing is the 7900. How much? What's the difference between the 7900 XT and the 7900 XTX? You make fun. I make fun. I buy the RX 7900 XTX. Or XT? You mean it doesn't really matter? No, there's gonna be a difference, but the thing is, like, what I'm wondering is, one of them is $100 more than the other, but what is the performance difference between the two of them? Like, that's what I want to know, because is it really, like, if they're close enough, is it worth spending $100 more, or is it worth saving $100? I mean, one of them has 24 gigabytes of memory, the other one has 20 gigabytes of memory. Now, that is really such a small difference. They're both over 16 gigabytes, so they're both above the last generation in terms of the VRAM. One of them gives you 4 gigabytes more, the other one gives you 8 gigabytes more. So I guess, is that 4 additional gigabytes and the extra the MCD, MCM, multi-memory chip, memory chip module, or whatever it is, MCM, is it worth the extra MCD or MCM and the additional 4 gigabytes of VRAM to justify the extra $100? In my mind, yes, it is. So I'm probably gonna go for the top XTX. Wait, I don't need to fight that thing. That thing's a waste of time. There should be a group of enemies around here somewhere. Oh, maybe they're over here? Oh, they're over there. But that's what I'd probably aim for, is the XTX. Because as we pointed out yesterday, in terms of Nvidia's pricing, the only one that is the best priced is the 4090. The 4080 is not good value. And I'm not talking about the fake 4080. I'm talking about the 16 gigabyte 4080. That's not good value. No, I mean, not by today's standards.
We shall prevent here.
Enshroud. Let's nip that in the bud.
This might hurt a little.
I wish this character was a healer. It's kind of disappointing that she's not a healer.
With all my strength, this dance is for you.
But yeah, out of all of Nvidia's cards, out of all the new 40 series cards, the 4090 is the only one that actually makes sense. As bad as that sounds, that's true, because when we looked at the price yesterday, when we did the same live stream talking about the expectations for what happened today, we priced out 30 series and then we priced out 40 series, and clearly the 4090 is the only one that has the smallest it had the smallest price increase. If I can play Cyberpunk. Yeah, I mean the upscaling technology, I guess, is it's gotten to a point where it's good enough now.
Poof. It's now flying away.
AMD didn't overwhelm, but didn't underwhelm. It just whelmed. I wanted AMD to have a competitive product so I can drive Nvidia prices down. Just keep what? I don't understand what you mean. Just keeping 100? What does that mean?
Here.
Well, I've got news for you. AMD's never had any effect on Nvidia's pricing. So if you were hoping that AMD was gonna make Nvidia more affordable so you could buy Nvidia, I'm sorry, but that's the wrong expectation. That's not how it works. Nvidia has already said multiple times that they don't compete on price. They compete on features. So they don't care what AMD prices their product at. They're just gonna price their own GeForce cards the way they think they should be priced, and that's just the end of it. So I knew, well, I mean, I don't even know, like, AMD could have priced their product at like $1,200. Nvidia wouldn't change anything. So they could have put it right next to the 4080 and it doesn't really matter. So, because think about it like this. The 6900 XT was $1,000. The 3080 Ti was $1,200, and pretty much worse in every way imaginable. Yet I can assure you the 3080 Ti sold way more than the 6900 XT. So, despite it being an inferior card in everything except ray tracing. So, it's not up to AMD to lower the price of Nvidia's cards so that you can buy Nvidia. If you want to buy Nvidia, you have to pony up the cash. But yeah, I'm probably going to try to get the 7900. So I'm with the Wind Whisperer. I agree, like, I think the, you know, I don't know, because I think, like, the XTX might be, I don't know. It depends, because it's like 4 more gigabytes of memory, 1 more MCM. It's probably worth the $100. At the end of the day, It's probably worth $100. However, I don't know what will happen with the AIB cards. Yeah. I mean, 1080 Ti was 27. You're right, 2017.
Don't be afraid to make
You know,
mistakes.
1080. Interesting
It's all
note.
part of the learning process.
1080 Ti launched alongside the first generation of AMD's Ryzen CPUs. They both came out around the same time, March of 2017. So 1080 Ti is pretty old. It's the same age as the first generation Ryzen. That's pretty crazy to think about. Now, let me see how many of those things did I get. I'm trying to farm the fungus. Okay, see, I still don't have enough. I still need way more of these. I need to hunt these things. Yeah, I just think, like, see, here's the thing. NVIDIA has conditioned the public to accept the prices over $1,000 for graphics cards. Yeah, no, I mean, and it has a lot of VRAM for such an old card. Especially considering it's an NVIDIA card. NVIDIA cards typically don't have a lot of VRAM. Until the 3090, there was never really an NVIDIA card in the consumer market that had a good amount of VRAM. Until, like, without having to step up to the Quadro.
All eyes on me. Positions.
So,
The Temple of Wisdom. This may hurt a little. Yeah. Earlier.
Can't see?
Here.
oh, that's a wildflower. I hate this thing.
Committed to memory.
Blade, grant us your blessing.
One with the forest. Let's nip that in the bud.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, historically, that's why I typically buy the AMD cards, is because they usually give you more memory at the upper end. Not until the, like, the 1080 Ti. Oh, I went to another place. I've already been here. Yeah. That's one of the greats. I think I collect all that stuff. Oh, wait. Because, see, the 1080 Ti, the 2080 Ti was very bad value compared to the 1080 Ti. Because the uplift in rasterization wasn't good enough to justify, and the thing is, it was like $1,200.
Enshroud.
Why did it get crystalline dust?
Here.
3 months more, and I've had 6 years. Well, it's actually 4 months more. I mean, November, December, January, February. That's 4 months. But yeah, close enough.
Sharing my knowledge. Yeah, this may hurt a little.
This character, I don't understand her damage numbers. I guess it's all elemental mastery based. Like, she'll hit for like 400 damage, and then she'll hit for like 14,000 damage.
We shall prevail. Yield. All eyes on me. All my strength.
Can't see?
But you know what's a really good value? The best value GPU right now is actually the Intel Arc. Intel Arc A770 is the king of value. Like, it's 16 gigabytes of memory. 16 gigabytes of memory for $350 US. That's insane value. So that beats both Team Red and Team Green. And from what I can tell, the drivers aren't really that bad. Oh, yeah, but if you're playing old games, then... But see, the thing is, people keep on messaging me, asking me to cover, like, do a video on Arc with the DX VK, which I am going to do that at some point in the future. So, because a lot of people say that and there are some videos showing DX VK, like, basically DirectX to Vulkan. With Arc, improves the performance dramatically. Surprised how low the speed of the AMD GPUs are. There must be a lot of performance penalties. Well, HBM is too expensive for consumer desktop. They learned that. I mean, HBM is only going to be in the enterprise world in the data center. I don't know about that. Like 2.5 isn't even that slow. Like, what is the hold on. Let me see. Let me see what my GPU is running at. So my GPU, now granted, I'm only playing Genshin Impact, which isn't really that demanding, but my GPU is only running at 1500 megahertz. Right now, I'm running at 1500 megahertz. And the fan's only spinning at 600 RPM. 64C. 140 watts. This is an RX 6900 XT. Is what we're using right now. But, you know, if I were to play a more graphics-intensive game, I'd probably be at, like, 2300 megahertz. Like, what's the... I don't even remember what the game clock is on this thing.
If you press a leaf between dry sheets of paper, you can make an attractive and handy bookmark.
I don't see anything wrong with the clock speed. Because, like, what is it? Like, a little bit faster than 6950 or 6900. So the 6900 XT. The 6900 XT has a game clock of 2 gigahertz. Base clock 1.8 gigahertz. Boost clock 2.2 gigahertz. Is 6900 XT. And AMD is saying that the... What is it? The MCM is
Don't be afraid to make mistakes.
2.3 and
it's all part of a learning process.
The core is 2.5. So I don't really see anything wrong with AMD's clock speeds.
Huh?
I mean, looking at RTX 4090, RTX 4090's base clock is 2.2 gigahertz. The boost clock is 2.5 gigahertz. So, actually here, let's look at this so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Let me move this out of the way. So, I am looking at... Let me share this. Where is it at? Okay.
If you press a leaf between
so
dry
this
sheets
is
of
the
paper,
4090.
You can make an attractive and handy bookmark.
And here are the specs. Wait, where is it? Base clock 2.2, boost clock 2.5. This is basically the same as AMD's card, so I don't understand. So to me, the clock speeds are basically the same. They have clock parity with NVIDIA. So obviously, it can boost higher than this. AMD's the same thing. It's still going to boost higher. Because if we look at the 6950 XT, the 6950 XT is 2.1 on the game clock, 2.3 on the boost clock, and memory clock. So, in my opinion, 7900 XT is still faster. They claim 60... Oh, no, it does that. It does run that fast. Mine automatically does that. So just because it says right here 2300 boost clock, that doesn't mean that that's going to be as fast as it goes. It automatically goes faster than that. In the case of mine, I think mine typically goes to like 2.6 without any overclocking. That's just automatic. The boost behavior is the same as the NVIDIA cards. Like, they both will boost above what they're rated at. So, yeah, it's hard for me to keep track of what the actual... That's why I had to look it up, because I don't even remember what the actual official numbers are. Because it all depends on the cooling. So the better the cooler, the more it will boost, the longer it will boost, the more ambient temperature, the lower your ambient temperature is, the more it will boost. So it has nothing to do with what they say right here. I mean, yes, these are kind of like reference numbers. So you kind of know, like, for example, if I had one of these cards and it was only doing like 1.8 all the time, that means that I'm thermal throttling. Or I have very, very bad ambient temperatures and the clock is and the GPU is running at maximum temperature all the time. That's all that means. So yeah, so I don't really see anything wrong. So the interesting thing, they're saying that it was like up to 70% faster than this card. So what does that mean? Like, according to this, the 4090 is on average 53% above the 6950 XT in rasterization. So, and realistically, they said up to 70, but I think it's more like up to 55. It's probably going to average around 55%. We'd have to go look at the... hold on. Let's go find the article here. Where is it? Up to... Right here. So, there was a slide. If they even have the slide on this webpage. Right here. So this is the slide. So when Scott Herkelman was talking about the performance, see, look. Call of Duty, 50% or higher. Watchdog Legions, 50% or higher. Cyberpunk, 70% or more. 50% or more Resident Evil with ray tracing. And I've benchmarked this game in my ARC ray tracing video. So I already have numbers on ray tracing Resident Evil Village with the 6900 XT. So I already know what these numbers are. So that means I can already derive the flagship's numbers off of that. And then Metro Exodus, I don't have that game, so I don't know. I don't have Doom either, or Doom Eternal, so I don't know. But in general, if you average these out, it's going to roughly be like 53, 55%.
Don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Somewhere around there.
It's all part of the
so
learning
that
process.
means, if you come over here, 53% faster 4090, that would mean that the 7900 XTX is going to be very close to the 4090 in rasterization performance. Now, where I think it's not going to be close, I think the ray tracing on the 4090 is going to be much better than the AMD card, but that is sort of to be expected, right? Like, no one really expected AMD to overtake NVIDIA in ray tracing. If they were able to do that, that would be amazing. It would be kind of like going way above and beyond in terms of the public's expectations. So in my mind, everything is kind of where I sort of expected it to be. I was actually expecting them to price it exactly the same as this card, or this card. And it just so happens they did. I was right on the money. Like I said, $999 yesterday, or maybe $1,100 is what I said. And sure enough, they announced $999. So I was right. I literally got the estimate correct. And I have no like inside leaks or nothing. I just kind of guessed and I got it right. So, you know, what I did not expect the 7900 XT to be $900. That was surprising. I thought that would be lower, like $800. I think is what I thought originally, or maybe $700. Somewhere around there was what I said. So I didn't get that one right, but I was sort of in the same ballpark. I'm surprised that it's only $100 in terms of the difference, though. That's pretty interesting. So, they're saying, like... Yeah, see, look. They're comparing 4K versus the 6950 XT. So, what's interesting here is this is 4K. So, that means if we go to... Let's go look at this review real quick. Let's go find the relative.
The value of knowledge
4K
cannot
relative.
simply be
So let's
quantified
see.
in monetary terms.
So the 4090 is about, what is that? 39? So about 40% faster than the 6950 XT. Is that right? Yeah.
I'm used to the range.
Does that mean that
you
this is
should
faster
probably
than the
use an
4090?
umbrella.
I don't know. Well, I mean, so their sample is only, you know, like 6 games. So, I don't know. This is a lot more games.
If you press a leaf between dry sheets of
So
paper,
I don't know, that's
you can make
interesting.
an attractive and handy bookmark.
Because the 4090 power, wait, no, that's spikes. Where is it? Cyberpunk? No, that's, oh, okay, ray tracing, man, ray tracing uses a lot of power. You turn RTX on, bam, 477 watts. 468 watts. 346 while typical average gaming. So that's more efficient than 3090. So I think they're gonna use similar power numbers actually. I mean, it kind of depends. What this means is that the 4090 will use more power because it can pull up to 450 watts, whereas the AMD card cannot exceed 375. But realistically, it's like they said, 355, because you got to remember, 350 is the 350 is the maximum. No, I take that back. 300 is the maximum you can get out of dual 8-pin connectors. So that means that this card on the left can only do 300 watts off of the PEG connectors. The additional 55 watts have to come through the motherboard. So this thing's basically power limited out of the box, which means it's always going to be more energy efficient than the NVIDIA card. Oh, yeah. No, it's still on. Okay. So yeah, it's gonna be more energy efficient. I mean, I kind of already knew that, right? Because you have to remember, RDNA 2 was already more energy efficient than RTX 30 series. It was always more energy efficient. So, you know, I personally don't like the look of the reference card of the new one. I like the old one. I like the 6000 series reference card a lot more. I said this yesterday, but I was saying, like, I hope the leaked image wasn't real, or it wasn't the final design, but yeah, it ends up being the final design. So that's unfortunate. I don't like the look of this card. I'll probably end up buying an AIB card because of that. The AIB cards will be interesting because I think that the AIB cards, they'll be able to go above the power limit. They'll put a third 8-pin on there, or they'll put a you know, like an extra 6-pin on there, so it can pull more power. So that should be interesting. In general, though, this is not going to use as much power as the 4090. Well, I'm kind of interested to know what the performance will look like, because the thing is, relative performance at 4K, it's about 40% faster. 4090 is like 40, according to this, is roughly 40% faster than the 6950 XT. But AMD is saying that, well, from the 6 games, it's roughly, well, okay, never mind. I take that back. We don't really know because look, 3 of these games, they're showing 50 to 60, basically 50 to over 60% faster with ray tracing. Like, they're comparing ray tracing between the previous generation and the new card, but then they have these other 3 games that are like not ray tracing. Like Cyberpunk, there's no, that metric that's 70+%, that's without ray tracing. Call of Duty, 50% plus with no ray tracing. Watch Dogs Legions, 50% plus, no ray tracing. So it's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like, just from this, we cannot derive the actual performance increase, because this, if we take 55% faster than 6950 XT, that means this card is faster than 4090, because this right here is like 40% faster than 6950 XT. This is 40%. And this is like looking at a bunch of games. This review has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 games. This is an average of 25 games. It's 40%, roughly 39, okay? We'll say 40% faster than 6950 XT. And roughly 30% faster than 3090 Ti. So that at 4K. And remember, AMD is comparing 4K. This is a 4K comparison, so we're looking at 4K comparison for the 4090, and that's the numbers. So, I don't know. It sounds like it's going to be very, very close. If I had to guess, I still think the 4090 will be faster because it's more electricity. Historically, NVIDIA has always had a slight lead, although last generation they were, well, okay. In the previous generation, if we're talking 1080p and 1440p, RDNA 2 was faster than GeForce. If we're talking 4K, GeForce was faster than RDNA 2. That was the difference. Meaning AMD had a rasterization surplus over NVIDIA when it came to lower resolution gaming. At higher resolution, the NVIDIA cards pulled ahead. This is a known fact. No one can debate this. This is an absolute truth. So now, if we look at 40 series, obviously, you know, the 4090 pulls well ahead here by a good margin. If you look at the previous, see, like right here, look. At 1080p, the 4090 is only 12% faster than the 6950 XT. At 1440p, the 4090 is like, what is that, 21? So 21% faster than 3090 Ti. And if we're looking at 6950 XT, it is 23% faster at 1440p. So that is not a very impressive metric for the 4090 if you're averaging across 25 games. So it's only at 4K where it pulls ahead. So I would wager that, unlike NVIDIA, because typically AMD has a stronger lead at lower resolution, like 1080p or 1440p, but a weaker lead at 4K. So the fact that they are totally focusing all in on 4K means that they're pretty confident that they have some pretty big gains. Because if they're doing 50%, 70% better at 4K, then, you know, who knows what this thing looks like at 1440p. Are we talking 80%, 90%? I mean, typically, if you go look at the reviews of the Radeon cards, they pull quite a bit ahead at 1080p gaming. So, if I'm gonna be on 1440p, then I don't need to upgrade at all. But that's just me. These cards only makes these only make sense at 4K. I would never buy this to pair with a 1440p monitor. I think that's a waste of money. That's just me personally. This has to go with a 4K monitor. Same thing with 4090. Look at this. 4090 at 1440p is only, what, 20% faster than the 3090 Ti? I mean, the only way you can justify that is you have to be on, well, like in your case, you're on 1080 Ti. 1080 Ti is, it's not even listed here, but 1080 Ti is roughly 5700 XT. So, and that's 36% of this. So, yeah, that's a massive improvement. So, yeah. I guess. I still wouldn't do it myself. I wouldn't buy a 1440p monitor and then go and buy a, you know, either a 4090 or a 7900 XT. Like, I would have to get a 4K monitor. That's just me. Like, and I'm already on a 4K monitor, so that doesn't really matter. But, like, what I'm saying is, like, did you notice that during the announcement, a lot of the discussion was around next generation monitors? They talked about that Samsung widescreen, 8K, well, it's 8K, but it's not like true 8K, it's like widescreen. They talked about new displays. They talked about the advantage of Displayport 2.1. You know, obviously they've got NVIDIA beat on the future technology. Like the, is it on here? Displayport 2.1. You use, I used 4K. Yeah, I'm on a 144 hertz 4K myself. So I'm personally using, this is the monitor that I'm using. I think I talked about this. This is what I'm using personally. So right now, I'm streaming using this monitor, 27-inch InZone M9 4K 144 Sony. So basically the PlayStation 5 looking monitor. This is what I'm using. So this is HDR, you know, HDR, full array local dimming, you know, all the basic, like the good stuff, essentially. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of buying a cheap 60 hertz 4K, or yeah, I was thinking of buying a cheap 4K 60 hertz monitor, but I couldn't do it because like my other monitor that I have is a 1440p monitor. It is the AOC Agon. This monitor. Is it? Wait, hold on. If this actually goes, does this look? Okay, this is the monitor. This is my other monitor. This is a 1440p, 24-inch 1440p. So, yeah, but this monitor was pretty affordable back when it was available. You can't buy it anymore. They don't make it anymore. But it had a it has a kickstand for the headphones. See right there, it kind of goes down. You can put your headphones on there. Full metal stand. Yeah, I like this monitor. I actually have 6 of them, interestingly enough. So right now, if you guys can't see it, but I'm using 3 monitors. So the 2 monitors on the side are 2 of these 1440p monitors. So I have 1 of these on the left side and the right side. And then in the middle, I have the Sony, the 4K InZone, the 27-inch. So I have 24-inch, 27-inch, 24-inch. That's the reason why I would never buy a 27-inch 1440p monitor. It's too much space on the desk. There's not enough space. So I have to go 24-inch 1440 and then 27-inch 4K. And then the other, so I used to have the third one in the middle. The third one in the middle is the same monitor. It's the 1440p monitor, but now I took that one out and I use that for the benchmarking. So the test bench, so if you guys saw the video on my channel where I compared the Intel 13th Gen against basically it was this CPU, the 13th Gen 13900K, so that one, was compared against the Ryzen 9 7950X, so the flagship, so these two CPUs. I have a video on the channel comparing these two in DaVinci Resolve rendering. The monitor featured in that video is two of this 24-inch 1440p monitor. So this is probably my favorite monitor, this 24-inch. That's why I have 6 of them. I use 2 of them on this system. The system that we are streaming on right now is the new AM5 Ryzen 7950X. And then my other desktop that I use for work, well, not really, well, it's the same kind of desktop. It's the 1300K. This one has 2 of the 1440p and another Sony InZone in the middle. So it's an identical setup to this. I think to buy Samsung Odyssey G7 for 520 euros on sale. Oh, the Odyssey? Yeah, that's a pretty good monitor, actually. Samsung. Oh, is this the curved one? This is the curved one? Oh, no, is it curved? Oh, yeah, it's curved, right? I don't know. I personally have never used curved monitors. To me, it's too big. 32 inches is too big. Like, I feel like if you're playing a game, it has to be, like, the monitor has to be way further back. Otherwise, I feel like if I'm playing a game with a big monitor like that, I feel like I'll be moving my neck too much. Like, I'll be moving my head way too much looking around while playing a game. That's why, for me personally, 27-inch for 4K is the biggest I'll go. And then for 1440p, 24-inch is as big as I'll go. And then for 1080p, I don't go bigger than 22-inch. So all my 1080p monitors have always been 22-inch monitors. Hey, Joel. Yeah, we were just talking earlier about the recent announcement. We were trying to like kind of guess how this will compare to the RTX 4080 and 4090. Now, you know, because they're touting, well, I mean, the fact that they have DisplayPort 2.1 is really moving me towards getting this over like a 4080. Because unfortunately, 4080 is going to have less memory. It's not going to have it's only going to be DisplayPort 1.4. And then the total board power is the same. So, you know, I don't know, man. I think this looks like a much better value. And this is $200 cheaper than the 4080. So I personally don't think the 4080 is a good GPU at all. Looking at this. We'll beat the 4080, but we'll lose to the 4090. Well, no one's expecting it to win against the 4090. Think about the price difference. I was saying this earlier. It's not fair to compare this GPU to the 4090 because the price is so different that it's not fair. That's like comparing a Lexus. It's basically like comparing it's like if this GPU, this would be like a Honda Civic. This would be like taking a Honda Civic and comparing it to like a Lexus IS 500 or something. Like, they're not even in the same ballpark. Is 10 slower than 10%? Man, if it's 10% slower, then why would anybody buy the 4090? That would make the 4090 look like terrible value. But this already makes the 4080 completely irrelevant. Like the 4080 is dead in the water. Like it's straight up dead on arrival. It's funny, like the press and the public killed the fake 4080. Now the 7900 XTX has killed the true 4080 before it even launched. How is the 4080 better value? Unless you mean that the XTX is better value. I hope you mean the XTX is better value. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. 10%. Yeah. Like here, let's do this. Let's do a quick comparison. Where's my paint? Is it even open? Oh wait, yeah it is. Okay, let's do a quick comparison here. Let's do a side by side. RTX 4090, 24 gigabytes, $1,600. Okay, nothing is in the same price bracket, so it's kind of off by itself. Then what do we have? We have RTX 4080, 16 gigabytes, $1,200. Yeah. Okay, I hope you mean the AMD was better value. I tried playing Black Ops 3 on Intel 1440p. Was getting 100. Okay. So the card that's good. Okay, I'm just setting expectations. This is the card that everyone's gonna compare. Basically, Linus, Jay, Paul, Steve, all these guys. This is the card that they're gonna compare it to. They're not gonna compare it to this. They might for just for like academic reasons, but they're not gonna compare it to this in terms of trying to sell on value because there's no way. It's not fair. So RX 7900 XTX, 24 gigabytes, $1,000. $200 less than this, 8 gigabytes more than this. DisplayPort DisplayPort 2.1 versus DisplayPort 1.4. It's no contest. It's like, okay, this is probably gonna be faster in ray tracing. Who cares? It's not a big deal. Like, this is gonna be good enough. So, you know, this is just straight up better value in every way imaginable. I'll take 24 gigs and slightly worse ray tracing over this any day of the week. And it's $200 less. So yeah. I don't know about that. I think Nvidia's gonna try to sell this as a 4K GPU. They're gonna market it as a 4K GPU. Basically what they're gonna say is this is the premium, this is the 4K GPU for everyone. For the every gamer. That's how they're gonna do it. Just like the 3080 Ti. They're gonna do the same thing they said with the 3080 Ti. So, what else we got? We've got RTX 4070. We already know this is what? A 12 gigabyte. This was the fake. We all know it was fake. And then we have this is 20 gigabytes. 900. Look at that. 8 gigabytes more memory. DisplayPort 2.1. The same exact price. But this is going to be a laugh out loud. This is such a lull because it's a 70 series card for almost $1,000. So, you know, I don't know how Nvidia's going to fix the marketing on that one. But, you know, that's kind of where we're at. This is such a lull. That's what it is. Like, what is this? Okay, and then, you know, like, how are they going to compete with this? How is this going to compete with this? Who is going to want to spend almost $1,000 in 2022, basically 2023, for a 12 gigabyte graphics card? Let alone the fact that it has a 70 in the numbering. Okay, that's cool. I mean, those are the sort of things I want to hear, because I mean, I feel like I've never liked the 3060, to be honest. I've always thought that's a lousy GPU. How does RTX 3000 stock Nvidia is holding on to at MSRP factoring into? Well, okay. People who think that Nvidia is going to drop the price on either of these two are delusional. Nvidia's not going to budge. They're going to hold at this. People need to understand, Nvidia does not compete on price. They compete on whatever they think they're competing on, which they claim in their mind they compete on features. So it's like, what is the feature that Nvidia has that AMD doesn't have? Like, someone like an Nvidia fanboy might say DLSS. DLSS, okay. FSR2 and FSR3 do the same thing. Like, does it really matter that one of them is using machine learning hardware and the other one's not? Does that really matter when the results are almost the same? The only GPU that could drop is this. I don't know about that. I don't think they're going to do it. They're going to try to sell people on RTX. They're going to try to claim that RTX is worth paying the extra money. But, you know, like, most people are not going to... Most people are going to buy into that. The reality is most people will buy a 16 gigabyte GPU for $1,200 over a 24 gigabyte GPU for $1,000 just because they think that RTX is worth it. Like, better RTX performance is worth it. That people, like I said yesterday, people will make stupid decisions. The average person isn't really that smart, so they'll get swayed by, you know, clever marketing, and they'll just kind of fall for the bait. Like, that's just how it is. CUDA for non-gaming, yes, but like, does that really matter when most professional studios don't use any of these GPUs for CUDA? Like, they'd be using Quadro cards. Does that even matter? I don't think so. Most people will never use more than 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Yeah, better drivers. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because apparently people still think that's a thing when it's actually not. More software compatibility, like Maya, what makes AMD not do that? AMD does work with those applications. Yeah, the CUDA acceleration will make the rendering, the moving around in the user interface faster. But, you know, we don't even know how these GPUs perform in those applications yet. Are you sure they don't? 15 gigabyte of VRAM used in DaVinci of... What? Don't forget that RDNA 3 has its own tensor cores now with 2. Yeah. That is something that I said yesterday, right? Like, I said in my expectations that I expect them to have some kind of machine learning, like machine learning AI hardware. And the reason why I said this is because does everybody remember that AMD purchased a certain company by the name of Xilinx? I think that's how you spell them. AMD acquired Xilinx. Xilinx had AI accelerator hardware, and that was the reason why AMD bought that company, was so that they could integrate the AI accelerator hardware ASICs into their own products, and that's basically what's happening now. So, just like the way NVIDIA purchased Mellanox so that they could get into data center fabric interconnects on the network side, AMD purchased Xilinx to get into AI accelerated ASICs into their GPUs. So, I want to mention one thing though, because there was a comment about Maya. So let's look at this. So there is a plugin for Maya with using ProRender. The other thing too that I want to point out is there's something called ROCM, ROCM. I think it's ROCM or ROCAM. Basically, ROCM is a translation layer that takes CUDA and translates it to, I think, OpenCL or something like that. So basically, you can run CUDA equivalent instructions on Radeon GPUs. That is something that Wendell from Level 1 Text has talked about. This is something that's going on behind the scenes. So it's not like AMD sitting around on their laurels and letting NVIDIA just run away with the productivity market. So it's not like this is not a thing. So I just wanted to point that out because there is feature parity between both GPUs on the enterprise side. It's just CUDA has the lion's share of the market, so most people don't really know about these alternatives, but they do exist. So that's just something to point out. NVIDIA really testing customer loyalty like Sony with the PS3? Oh, yeah, you know, that's an interesting point. But I mean, this is way more extreme, right? Because the PS3 was $600, $599, $600, and the Xbox 360 was, what, $400? I think it was $400 or $500, something like that. I don't remember exactly on the Xbox side. But it was something like that. But yeah, the 60GB PS3 was $600 back in the day. So it's kind of similar, but you know, this is like a way, way higher price than this. So, you know, this is basically the PS3. This is basically, this is this plus the PS3. Think about that for a second. Yeah, I mean, I've been using AMD basically since my very first PC. That is to say that I have used NVIDIA as well. It's not like I don't own NVIDIA cards. I mean, I've used both. Like, I gave you guys my GPU list, my GPU collection, and I'll do a video. I'll probably do a YouTube video about this just to kind of show my GPU collection. But my very first GPU was a Radeon X850 XT. This was my very first GPU. This is the GPU that I played WoW, Vanilla, The Burning Crusade, Guild Wars 1, Half-Life 2. This was the GPU that I had for the longest time. Basically, all throughout, like, the first PC that I ever had. I said this in a previous stream, right? This was with... So, like, okay, if I tell you guys my first... Well, let me just tell you guys my very first PC, right? My first... So people know my history a little bit. My first PC was AMD 64 Athlon 3200 plus single core. So it's like a 2 gigahertz processor with an EVGA socket 939 Enforce, which is NVIDIA, Enforce 4 chipset with a Radeon ATI Radeon X850 XT. This was my very first PC. Just so people know, I started out with an AMD single core CPU, an NVIDIA, so an EVGA motherboard for AMD with an NVIDIA Enforce chipset made for AMD's socket 939. And then I had a Radeon, an ATI Radeon GPU in that motherboard. That's what I started out with. That's my first PC. Okay, so just before people start like randomly saying whatever, I mean, that's what I started out with. So my GPU collection, the next GPU I got was an HD 5770. Then I got a HD 7870. Then an HD 7970, and so this was gigahertz edition. This was the first flagship GPU that I ever owned. The Tahiti. I play on PC first time 98 or 2000. I don't know the specs. Yeah, that was like Windows 98 second edition or Windows NT or Windows 2000. Yeah, that was way back. That was when Voodoo 3D was still around, I think. So I went from this to R9 290X. Then I got a GTX 970. This is my very first NVIDIA GPU. So this is people know my history, right? Like, I'm mostly an AMD guy, you can tell, right? Or a Radeon guy. Because this is all Radeon. This is all, like, Radeon. I guess we'll put the name so people don't get confused. If people don't know what these are, they're all Radeon. This is Radeon. So this is GeForce. Everybody probably already knows this is GeForce. That was my very first NVIDIA GPU. And then I also got Radeon R9 Fury. NVIDIA said in their last investor call that their GPUs are on console or a console in your computer. So they eventually want the floor to be console pricing for their GPUs. You know, that's interesting. I did not hear that, although I kind of already speculated that that's what they were doing. Honestly, you know, the way I think NVIDIA thinks of their GPUs, this is my opinion. NVIDIA thinks their GPUs can be priced like DSLR cameras. This is the way I see it. I think NVIDIA thinks this. First time I have a really good card was GTX 650 after 970 and next this. So basically this was my collection, and then after this was what did I get after this? I can't remember. Oh, GeForce GTX 1080, Radeon RX Vega 480, or no. Radeon RX 480, GeForce GTX 1080, Radeon Vega 64. Then I got Radeon 7. Then I got RX 5700 XT, GT 520. What did I get after 5700 XT? Oh. Wait a minute. Yeah. This GPU. The GPU that we're streaming on right now is the next one. Okay. So then I got the RTX 3080 Ti, RTX 3090 Ti, and then RX 6950 XT. Then I got Intel Arc A770. This is the most recent GPU that I got. That's it. That's the GPUs. These are all the GPUs. This is my collection of all the GPUs that I got. Yeah, I regret buying the 3080 Ti. This is probably the biggest waste of money. In my mind, this was a huge waste of money because I never really thought this GPU was that good. This GPU is very expensive, but it's kind of like this GPU, it's okay because it's 24 gigabytes of memory. You get all the benefits if you use it with the productivity apps of having the high VRAM buffer. Whereas this is just this is such a disappointment. This is a joke. Like, this GPU is really, really bad. Like, it's loud, it's small and loud, and you know, it's just not very refined. So out of all my NVIDIA GPUs, my favorite one is the GTX 1080. The GTX 1080 is my favorite NVIDIA GPU. Second one would be 3090 Ti. And then, I don't know, the 970 was kind of good, but then there was the whole like 3.5 gigabyte fiasco. And then this was also annoying. It's loud and not good. So you only had two GPUs, 1080 Ti and 3090 Ti. Yeah, hold on, guys. Let me bring those boxes to show you real quick. So I'll be right back. Let me go get my NVIDIA boxes. Oh, and see, like, I even have the Radeon. I even have this Radeon shirt. See, AMD Radeon. So hold on. Yeah, so the DLSR, so basically here it is, guys. Founders Edition, 3080 Ti. It's in the box. I'm not using it. It was in my Threadripper PC, but I recently took it out because I was benchmarking the other GPUs. And then this was in my daily driver. So this is the 3090 Ti, Founders Edition. They're both Founders Edition. See, 3090 Ti. It's in the box. This box is really heavy. And then right behind me is ARC. So here's the ARC. The box is empty because this is in my test rig. And then here's the 6900 XT reference card from AMD. So you know, I have all the GPUs. I'll probably do a video showing all of them in one video, although it'll be kind of annoying because I'll take them out of the computers. So what I mean by the DSLR, so you guys know a high-end camera that photographers use. I think NVIDIA thinks that they can price their GPUs the way like Canon, Nikon, and Sony can price their cameras for photographers. I feel like NVIDIA, because if you guys look at the price of high-end cameras, they're very expensive. So I think that NVIDIA thinks they can get their GPUs to be priced similar to that. Yeah, so the 970 I have is an MSI AIB. This is the MSI GTX 970 100 million edition. So this is the only custom AIB NVIDIA card I have. Every other NVIDIA card I have is Founders Edition. Founders Edition. Founders Edition. And then, of course, Founders Edition. I just showed you guys the box. So a lot of my cards are reference. So, like you guys just saw, that was a reference. This is reference. This is reference. Obviously, this is reference. This is reference. So a lot of reference cards, right? Like I don't have, this is also reference. This is not, because this is Sapphire Tri-X. This is Power Color PCS Plus. This is Asus Matrix Platinum. That's an AIB. This is XFX Double D Edition. This is reference. And this is reference. So, this is reference. And this is obviously Intel's reference. So, most disappointing card, most unexpected. You mean out of my own collection? So, the most disappointing card... that's a really good question. The most disappointing card is Radeon 7. Radeon 7 is my most disappointing card. The most... Although this was kind of annoying, it was loud. My favorite graphics card of all time, that's the... So... Yeah, most unexpected. Most unexpected? So the thing I don't like about Radeon 7... Very loud at stock. Very loud. Runs hot. Like basically 110 Celsius hotspot. So I don't like this card. And I think that's the reason why this card died for like a lot of people who were using Radeon 7 for Ethereum mining. Their GPU died. It's because the interposer failed due to high hotspots over a long period of time. So this is probably my least favorite card that I've ever owned. It was very disappointing. 16 gigabytes of HBM2, first 7 nanometer GPU, but extremely disappointing. So, and not that much faster than Vega. This was basically like a 1080 Ti in terms of the performance. So not really that good. It's probably the most disappointing card. And it launched in February of 2019. So it was almost 2 years after the 1080 Ti launched. And it was only the same performance after 2 years. So very, very disappointing. So yeah, I did not like this card. probably my favorite one is tough. It's a very tough choice. So it's either gonna be the 6950 XT or the Fury Tri-X or the GTX 1080. That's a very tough question. If I had to pick a favorite, it's either gonna be AMD's current highest performing card or NVIDIA's Founders Edition GTX 1080 or the R9 Fury from Sapphire, the custom AIB Sapphire Tri-X. So the thing I like about this card, the GPU tachometer, it has a GPU tachometer, extremely quiet, first flow-through cooler design. This was the very first flow-through design. A lot of people think that NVIDIA's 30 series was the first flow-through. No. Sapphire was the first to innovate on flow-through back in 2015 with the R9 Fury. So let me find a picture of that graphics card so that people know what that graphics card is. I still have the card. It's just in storage. Sapphire R9 Fury Tri-X. I think I showed it to you guys in a previous video. Yeah, so in a previous stream. So this is it. This was it. See, it was the very first flow-through cooler. And was also the very first graphics card to use HBM memory. It was first generation HBM. Extremely quiet. It also had what I call the GPU tachometer. So depending on the load, it had LEDs that would light up on the side. And you could change the color. You could make them either red, blue, purple, or you could turn them off if you didn't like them. So that was pretty cool. So I really like this GPU a lot. This is probably my favorite like custom AIB card. Let's declare it like that. So my favorite AIB card that I've ever owned is the Sapphire Tri-X R9 Fury. My favorite reference card is probably it's gonna be tough. It's either the it's gonna be between the where is it? 6950 XT. So it's either gonna be between that or the 1080. This one. So it's either between this. I really like this blower style cooler from NVIDIA. This is still my favorite reference design from NVIDIA ever. I like it more than 30 series and 40 series and definitely 20 series because I do not like 20 series at all. And then this one. So it's between these two. In terms of my favorite reference cooler, I feel like AMD 6000 series looks so good. But then NVIDIA's blower style 1080 looks so good also. So it's tough. It's tough. It's hard for me to decide between those two cards. Intel can't compete with either of AMD or NVIDIA since they haven't been in the GPU market long enough. Intel's just kind of Intel's basically the third wheel. It's just going to kind of be there for a while. Do you think that Intel Arc will work with MSI Afterburner? I don't know. It really depends on both MSI and Intel. MSI has to implement the time. They have to dedicate the time to implement support for Arc, and then Intel also has to provide basically the API documentation so that MSI's engineers can go ahead and take the next step in terms of actually like integrating the API commands with Afterburner. So both companies have to devote a lot of time to doing that. So until that happens, there won't be any third-party overclocking support for Arc. You can back up the Radeon 7 talk. Mine died last year after. Yeah, so it's like mine still works, but you know, a lot of people I know that had one, they had a lot of like it would just kind of flake out over time. So yeah, that was probably my most disappointing card of all time. But this is probably my favorite blower style cooler, and this is probably my favorite like axial fan style cooler. from them. So it's like, see, there's no reason to hate on either one. Like, for some reason, people like to hate on Nvidia and people like to hate on AMD. Like, there's no reason to hate on either one. Like, they both make good products. It's not like you're going wrong choosing one over the other at the end of the day. Like, I mean, you guys, and take it from me, I'm talking as somebody who has owned a lot of graphics cards over the years, and I read a lot of things online about people saying that AMD's drivers are bad. I've had AMD graphics cards for what, like almost 20 years or so, maybe more than 20 years, and I've never had like the kind of issues that people are talking about, like black screens. I don't know what they do with their computer. Honestly, I think the vast majority of the quote-unquote driver problems with AMD are people who go into Radeon settings, they try to overclock, or more likely they're trying to undervolt the GPU, and that just ends up making their GPU unstable because they didn't win the silicon lottery. And then they complain and say that they have driver problems when it's really an unstable undervolt. Because I personally have never bothered to undervolt any of my cards, and I have never had any of these weird issues that people talk about. So, and I'm speaking from experience. I think that I can speak from a point of authority on this because, I mean, you guys can see my record of all these AMD cards, and I do have GeForce cards too. It's not like I've never used NVIDIA, so it's not like I only have experience with one and not the other. So people who have only ever owned GeForce and only like bash on AMD, they're irrelevant, and their opinion has no, like, they don't even get to talk, in my mind. Like, they're completely irrelevant, and their opinion doesn't even matter. Whereas people who have owned AMD and are AMD fanboys and basically say GeForce is terrible, NVIDIA's an evil company, they charge way too much money, and they're greedy, I think, but they've never used an NVIDIA card, I don't agree with them either. I don't think their opinion matters either, because they're not speaking from the point of view of someone who has actually used the product. I have used AMD, I have used both companies' products, GPUs. I've done things with DaVinci Resolve, I've used all kinds of like Sony Vegas in the past, I've done video rendering, I've used OpenCL, I'm familiar with CUDA, I've done all this stuff. So I know the ins and outs of both products. It's not like one can do something the other cannot, right? One thing I will say, though, having said all of that, from my own personal experience, AMD is usually the company that adopts newer technology first, right? So NVIDIA usually waits it out. So just to give you guys some proof of that claim, I'm going to give you guys some historical metrics. So first, PCIe 3.0 GPU was none other than the HD 7, and you guys can fact check me. Go ahead and try to fact check me on all these metrics. But I'm giving you guys some history so you guys know where I'm coming from. So the first PCIe 3.0 GPU was the AMD Radeon HD 7970. That was the very first 3.0 GPU. So AMD was the first to implement PCIe Gen 3 on a graphics card. First PCIe 4.0 GPU, Radeon RX 5700 XT. So again, AMD was the first to implement 4.0. Okay, so waiting for the height of PCB for new AMD cards to see if I'm... So don't let people say that AMD's drivers are bad sway you away from AMD, because look at my record. Look how many AMD GPUs and NVIDIA GPUs that I have owned over the course of, like, what, 20 years? And I'm telling you, like, if you're not undervolting your GPU, you're not going to run into these weird issues that people run into, because they're probably causing their GPU to be unstable. First, HBM. We all know that one. R9 Fury and Fury X. We'll just say Fury X, but, you know, whatever. So, again, they were the first one. What was the other one I was just thinking of? So, okay. First, Displayport 2.1. It was just announced today. The RX 7900 XTX and the XT. So they're usually the first to adopt newer technology. That's what I'm trying to point out here. They're not always the first. First for I think it was HDMI 2.0 was GeForce. Was it the 980? I think it was the 980 or it was the 1080. I forgot which one. I think the 980 was the first. Can't remember. It was one of those two. Might have been Nvidia. So it's not like Nvidia's never the first. Nvidia has been first in some things. Okay, first ray tracing. First ray tracing GPU. We all know that one. RTX 2080 and the 2080 Ti, but you know, 20 series. So you know, it's not like AMD's the only one to be first. But in terms of like standard spec, it's typically Radeon adopts like standards first, like 3.0, 4.0, you know, Displayport 2.1. But they're not always first. You know, 2.0 HDMI, that was a GeForce first. So, but like newer tech, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is standards, AMD's usually first. But for like a feature, Nvidia's usually first. So like ray tracing, for instance, that's like a new feature, a new way of doing things, right? Like, although technically some people would argue that ray tracing had always existed, it's not like Nvidia was the first. It was just a thing that no GPU could handle. So, you know, you could technically do it on any GPU, but it would just not really run that well. So, so that's kind of a questionable. This is a questionable one because some people might argue and say that there's no such thing as the first ray tracing GPU because any GPU can attempt to run ray tracing. So, you know, that's kind of a debatable one. Right now running first DX9. That's a good question, Backspace. You might have gotten me there. I don't know. But I know that that this was the first DX. Was that the first DX11? No, that's not right. I think the first. What was the first DX11 GPU? I know it was an AMD GPU. I can't remember which one. I think it was. I think, okay, first DX11 was, I think it was the HD 5870 from AMD. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think that's right. And then the first DX10 was a GeForce something. I don't remember what, but I think Nvidia was first to DX10. But we all know DX10 was very short-lived relative to DX11. I think AMD was the first. I think this was first. I'm not 100% sure. It's been a long time. My memory is kind of hazy when it comes to stuff that's like prior to 2010. But I think this was the first DX11 GPU. And then Nvidia had the first DX10, and then DX9. I don't know. That's where it's to the point where I think I might have been too young to remember for first DX9. I don't know. That's a good question. So first DX9. I want to say, if I had to guess, it was either going to be the Radeon. Was it the Radeon 5000? The ATI Radeon 5000 or the GeForce FX 5000 something. I don't remember. That's so far back that I don't really know. In fact, I think I might have these numbers wrong. This might be 3000 or something. I don't know. Like this, and I'm not talking about HD. I'm talking about like man, I don't even remember what the naming convention. Oh, 9000 Pro. 9000 something. I forgot the numbering. So that's a really good question on HDR. I will tell you this. In my experience, so I can tell you from the modern GPUs, because I've never really tried HDR on older GPUs. So one thing I'll tell you with the Sony monitor, one thing I noticed is that, so we'll just use these two as an example, right? So let me show you guys. So this, well, it's in the box. This is in the box right now. But the 6900 XT, the HDR implementation is fairly straightforward. Basically, all you do is you turn on HDR, and the driver automatically sets the. Not only does it set the color space, it sets the bit. Like for example, if you're running a 10-bit panel, typically with Radeon, it will automatically set the higher the bit. So in my case, I'm like on a 10-bit panel, right? So let me go find the setting real quick. It's under display. The color depth, that's what I was trying to look up. So with Radeon, it's very good at auto detecting the monitor, and then it automatically sets the BPC value to the highest one that the monitor supports. NVIDIA tends to be more conservative. So like for example, if I swap in the 3090 Ti or the 3080 Ti with my Sony InZone monitor, it's an HDR monitor. For some reason, NVIDIA defaults to 8 BPC, whereas Radeon automatically goes to the full 10 BPC color depth. So in order to get 10 BPC on NVIDIA, you actually have to go into the NVIDIA control panel, and you have to look for the you basically have to turn it on manually with NVIDIA. Whereas AMD, it's kind of automatic, but with AMD you can still change it. So it's like, for whatever reason, if you didn't want 10 BPC and you wanted to downgrade it to 8 BPC, you can do that in Radeon settings. So, and if for whatever reason there was some monitor that for some reason it didn't automatically set it to 10, you can just do, just like with NVIDIA, you can go into Radeon settings and you can set it manually. So in terms of like HDR, I do think that Radeon seems to be easier to, it's kind of like you just connect everything, turn on HDR, and just kind of works. It just goes. I'm not saying NVIDIA is not automatic either, but just from my experience with my monitor, NVIDIA, I have to manually turn it on. AMD is kind of like it's automatic. So I've never actually had to mess with the settings with the Radeons. Like I never had to go into Radeon settings and turn 10 BPC on, HDR 10, all that stuff. It's kind of automatic, but the settings are all there for if you wanted to change them. With NVIDIA, it's more manual, at least with the 30 series, and at least with the monitor that I've used. But remember, I'm only one sample in terms of like a whole bunch of different monitors and a whole bunch of different graphics card combinations and hardware combinations. So, but in general, I do think the AMD, like the color depth, because I remember Tech Yes City did a video years ago comparing like the color saturation. And he was kind of pointing out that the AMD colors did look slightly more vivid, if not a little bit more saturated. And NVIDIA seemed a little bit more washed out, slightly. But I do think that was because NVIDIA was using delta color compression, especially on the Maxwell GPU. So the GTX 970, for example, it had a lot of more washed out colors, especially if you're on like a 6 BPC monitor or an 8 BPC monitor. If you were looking at like a 970 with that monitor compared to like an RX 480 with the exact same monitor, the 480's colors would pop more. They would just look better. But it was very, very subtle. So it's not like NVIDIA's bad. It's just I think NVIDIA did a lot of color compression so to get better FPS with like lower, like lower spec hardware roughly. So it's not like, I'm not trying to say NVIDIA's bad, but it's just like back then NVIDIA was doing a lot more with color compression compared to AMD. But yeah, in terms of the pixel format, they're pretty much the same. Like you can do, for example, RGB 444 or the YCBCR, like they're all kind of the same. Chroma subsampling is a thing. Now, in fact, since we're on the topic of this, this is the sort of thing that DisplayPort 2.1 will improve. So I think a lot of people don't understand, like when Scott Herkelman got on stage and talked about the advantage of DisplayPort 2.0. Let me just kind of show you guys what he was actually talking about, because I think the general public doesn't understand where the advantage is. So let's go to Wikipedia and kind of talk about this a little bit. So let me zoom in so it's easier to see. So for everybody that's watching, if they're not full screen. So, okay, here is the RTX 4090 in terms of what it can do. So it's DisplayPort 1.4a. That's as high as it goes. That is a technology that was published in April of 2018. So that means the 4090 is already using technology that will be 5 years old next spring. You know, and then AMD is using 2.1. So 2.1 is this one. October 17th, 2022. Which means, wait, what? Is that right? Are they really using technology that literally was announced last month? Is that for real? Hold on. Wait a minute. Is that for real? Is this technology literally like last month and it's already going to be in this GPU? Wait, DisplayPort 2.1 was announced as a standard from VESA October 17th of this year? Okay, yeah, granted the monitors don't come out until next year, but still. So that's a big deal, because that means that the AMD GPUs are actually up with the times. So, but let's see what the difference is. So basically, look, here's NVIDIA, here's the 4090 and the 4080, here is the 7900. So, what does this mean? UHBR. What is this? Ultra high bandwidth rate? What, like, I don't know what this stands for, but it's basically, you can't do it with NVIDIA, but you can with AMD. That's interesting. Okay, so that's good to know. So yeah, otherwise, if you want to go beyond that, you have to use DisplayPort stream compression, I think. So yeah, all the YCBCR 444, it's all the same. Color depth support. So here's what I was talking about, right? Like I was talking about color depth. So in my own personal experience, when I plug in my 10 BPC Sony, remember I'm talking about this monitor right here. This is the monitor that I'm using. It's a $900 monitor. This monitor is an HDR monitor with full local array dimming. Hardware Unboxed has a very good review of this monitor if you want to check it out. They go into really in-depth coverage in terms of the local dimming and how it stacks up to like OLED as a prime example. So for the money, it's very good value, just as TLDR. But essentially, this monitor is a 10 BPC monitor. So when I plug this monitor, when I plug my cable into the monitor to the graphics card, if I'm on the 6900 XT, it automatically sets it to 10 BPC in Windows 10. If I go and use the, this thing's heavy, 3090 Ti, it automatically sets it to 8 BPC. I have to go into NVIDIA control panel and manually override and set it to 10 BPC, but then it will work. So it's not like you can't do it. But I'm just kind of giving you guys an example of like how they're different, because people seem to want to know the difference. So color space, you know, nothing's different. I think in here, ultra high bitrate. So basically, ultra high bitrate is something you cannot do with the 4090. And this is kind of what that slide that AMD was showing with the hertz makes a difference there. Oh, yeah, so you see, like, you can't do 40 gig, 54, and 80 with NVIDIA, with 4090, but you can run these sort of cables to a monitor with the 7900 XTX. Can I use existing cable for these new? No. Yeah, Joel's correct. You have to have one of these cables. In fact, I have a video on my channel when I got this monitor. I did a review on this monitor because there were a lot of people returning the monitor because they said that it kept flickering out on them. And the problem was not the monitor. The problem was they were using an old Displayport 1.2 cable or something, and it wasn't rated to handle 144 hertz 4K. So you know, I wanted to set the record straight and let people know that they don't need to return their monitor. It's not defective. It's their cable, because you know I'm using the right cable, and oh, lo and behold, I'm not having any problems. So yeah, so the cable matters. The cable actually matters. And the thing is I'll say about cables is the shorter the cable, the better the cable. Because you have far less signal loss when you have a short cable as opposed to a long cable. So I try not to go more than 8 feet. Typically I buy like 6 feet DisplayPort cables. I don't like to go beyond 8 feet because you can run into problems where it is... you know, you might not be able to drive 144 hertz. You might end up where the monitor only maxes out at 120, and you're probably wondering, why can't I do 144? And it's actually because the cable's not good enough to do 144. So there's too much signal loss, so it results in maxing out at 120 hertz at 4K. So that's just kind of an info on why high-end monitors are a little bit harder to get working than, you know, budget-friendly ones. EMI, yeah. EMI is a huge issue. Yep. So, let me see. Is there anything else in here? See, look. UHBR 10... 13.5 and 20 were introduced in version 2.0. So these are things that the 4090 just aren't compatible with at all. Yeah, so for what Nisco's saying, basically thick multi-layer EMI cables, those are worth paying for if you're going for if you're doing a long run. Like for example, a 10-foot cable or a 15-foot cable, you're gonna want the really, really thick layer cable for something that's gonna be long distance. For 6 feet or 3 feet, it doesn't really matter because it's not that long, so it doesn't really matter. But for, you know, anything beyond 8 feet, you're gonna need the thick cable. But yeah, looking at this, right? Like, so 4K, if we're talking 4K, 144, if you look here, technically, NVIDIA already can't do 144 at 4K without some kind of chroma subsampling. Because look right here, the maximum you can do on a 4090 is HBR3. If I remember correctly, yeah, HBR3 was introduced in version 1.3. That means that if you want to run, like for example, I have a 144 hertz 4K monitor. If I'm running a 4090 off of this monitor, I can't get the full RGB 444. I'm going to probably be running on, you know, chroma subsample 422 or something like that if I want to do 144 hertz. Otherwise, if I want 444 color, if I want the full color gamut that my monitor supports, and I'm on a 4090, the highest refresh rate I can go is 120 hertz. But if I'm on AMD with a 7900 XTX, I can go 144 And you know, as long as the panel can do UHBR 10, and I think this monitor is an HBR 10. I have to go look at the HDR spec on it, but I think it does support 144. So, you know, what's getting cheaper fiber cables? Yeah, but see, like Nisco, the thing is, like the fiber cable, that only makes sense if you're doing like for example, like a home theater. If you're doing a home theater setup and you're gonna have like a wall-mounted display, and you're gonna have like your HPC or HTPC like off to the side with a wireless keyboard and a wireless mouse, you know, that kind of setup, or like a PS5, then the fiber optic cable makes sense. But for PC gaming, like what we're talking about, the fiber optic isn't really necessary. Unless you have, you know, unless your computer's like far away from you, I don't really think I don't really think fiber optics are necessary. But who knows? Maybe for like UHBR 20, fiber optics might make sense. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I totally understand the EMI issue. Like the capacitance, the parasitic losses, the signal loss, the signal to noise ratio. Yeah, I know all of that stuff. But what I'm saying is and fiber optics is completely immune because that's all light. You're dealing with array wave guides, AWG. So you're not dealing with EMI, right? It's light versus like you're dealing with photons as opposed to EM waves. Yeah, but again, like fiber optics is really meant for greater than 10 feet applications. Or I guess for those who are on the metric system, greater than 2 meters, 3 meters, then you're going to want fiber optics. But, you know, all this talk about 8K gaming, that's kind of a joke. Like, with NVIDIA, you definitely don't want to do 8K because you're definitely going to be chroma subsampled. But if we look at AMD, like, even AMD, 8K is also kind of a joke. Because, I mean, unless you're talking, like, 60 hertz, 8K, see, you're going to need, like, Displayport 2.1 or 2.0. Otherwise, for NVIDIA, like, without a whole bunch of chroma subsampling, you're going to be maxing out, like, 30 hertz. When we will have monitors with 4K 240. So 4K 240, right? Like, look right here. You're gonna need, wait, what is this? Although this format slightly exceeds the maximum data rate of this transmission mode, CVT R2 timing, it is close enough to be achieved with non-standard timings. Either way, 240 4K is gonna require UHBR, which means, realistically, if you want full color gamut, you're gonna want a Radeon card for this. Like if you're gonna buy a 240 hertz, a 4K monitor, you're gonna want a Radeon graphics card, like a 7000 series GPU. Yeah, but I'm talking about the color, right? Like the Samsung, if you want 60 hertz or better, that's gonna require UHBR, which is basically DisplayPort 2 and 2.1. So that's basically going to be a Radeon card. I'm not saying you can't do it on NVIDIA. If you go with the 4090, you're going to be horribly chroma subsampled at 60 FPS or 60 hertz or above at 8K. So the numbers don't lie. So that's the reason why the whole thing about NVIDIA not supporting 2.1 on DisplayPort is kind of a big deal. You know, especially because if you're spending that much money on a graphics card, you'd want to pair it up with a super high-end monitor. Why not? Wait, what is this table? So this table is limits for uncompressed RGB. Oh, this is 444. So what is this? This is, wait, uncompressed? What's the difference? Did someone just copy paste this table twice? I think someone just put this table down twice. Wait, what's the difference? HBR. What? This is exactly the same. Oh, but they've got 120 on this one, but they max at 75 here. That's weird. Okay, let's look at features. So, what does 2.0 do that the others don't? The only difference is panel replay. You get panel replay with the new spec. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what panel replay is. That's interesting. $4K 120. Oh, well, wait, hold on. Okay, I don't understand why this table, so this table says you get full 444 on 120 4K, but then this other table doesn't say that. This other table says no for NVIDIA, but why? Video format. Data rate required. I don't understand what's the difference between these two. Like, oh, is this HDR? This might be HDR, and this is not. This is oh, this is SDR. This is SDR, and this is HDR. So if you're doing HDR, NVIDIA can't even do 120 for HDR. NVIDIA maxes out at roughly 100 hertz. But then it has, although this format, okay, so that's weird. If I pay that much, I intend to use it for 4 to 6 years. And see what becomes common in that time. Yeah. It's interesting though because the it looks like HDR is even harder because look, this is HDR. So HDR even UHBR 13.5 cables can't do 4K 1 or 240. So well, even UHBR 10. I think the monitor I have is an HDR 10 monitor. HDMI 2.1. Display HDR 600. I don't even know what that means. What? Hold on. What's HDR 600? It doesn't even show up. Like, I don't know. I have to figure out what that actually even means. Oh, it's the nits. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So it's not talked about here because I guess this is not really talking about HDR, although it does. So this is HDR. Refresh limits for HDR. So yeah, 144. You basically need UHBR 10 and above for full 444 color on video. You're going back to CRT? Okay, I mean, yeah. 600 is like the lowest tier that actually does something. So, okay. Yeah, so display stream compression. The format can only be achieved with full RGB. The format can be achieved uncompressed if YCBCR format with either 444 or 42 or 422 or 420 chroma subsampling. So basically, what I understand from this, if I have an RTX 4090 and I want to do 4K, 144 hertz, I'm gonna have to do chroma subsampling, 420 or 422. This. Basically, that's what I'm understanding. If I'm reading this correctly. Last 5 years, the internet has remembered how good CRTs were for gaming from a latency perspective. Oh, or use HDMI 2.1. Yeah, that reminds me. So basically, if we go back here, is HDMI referenced in here anywhere? Probably not. Oh wait, yeah it is, but it's not. Oh yeah, okay, right here. So HDMI 2.1, so that reminds me, like what, they didn't talk about what HDMI spec it was. I assume it's 2.1 though. Because 2.1 isn't even that new anymore. Like, let's see, 2.1. Yeah, HDMI 2.1 was announced on January 4th, 2017. HDMI 2.1 is older than the GTX 1080 Ti, and it's older than Ryzen 1st Gen. Maximum supported format is 10K at 120 Hz. So basically, yeah, so color space. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like both the 4090 and isn't the 4090 HDMI 2.1? So hold on. Does it even say that on here? Do they even talk about that on this thing? No. Oh yeah, right here. HDMI 2.1. 3 DisplayPort 1.4a and 1 HDMI 2.1. So at least it has HDMI 2.1. So okay, so hold on a second. The 4090 does HDMI 2.1, which means you can do 4K 10-bit with a 48 gig cable. This is the hertz. So I think it's okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So the 4090 is okay. So wait, the 4090 is better. The 4090's HDMI port is better than the DisplayPort? That's really weird. Is that right? Yeah. You can do 144 on 4K. It says yes. 2.1. And that's 4090 spec. Wait a minute, what? The 4090's one HDMI port is better than all three of those DisplayPort 1.4s. That means they should have put like 2 HDMI ports on there then, and only 2 DisplayPorts. Although I personally hate the HDMI connector. I much prefer the DisplayPort connector because it locks in. That's interesting. And it can do 240 4K with display stream compression. So that's probably going to be YCB CR420 or something. It doesn't really say. It's going to have some kind of chroma subsampling. That's interesting. Okay, that is really weird. The 4090's HDMI port is better than its DisplayPort. That is the weirdest graphics card. So, okay, I'm assuming, so hold on. So what is the 6950 XT? This one is, see, okay, look at this. AMD also with the current generation HDMI 2.1. So that means the 7900 XTX is guaranteed HDMI 2.1 because the previous generation was already 2.1. So that means AMD's output, like the display output on AMD is superior because their HDMI is equal and their DisplayPort is 2.1. Wow, that's good. That's good. The specs are on AMD's website. What is the PlayStation 5's HDMI? Isn't it 2.0? They tested the cable. Man, the chat's weird. Like randomly all, like everybody's comments is all kind of like spam up at the top all at once. They tested the cable itself? What? Wait, what are we talking about? The Xbox Series HDMI 2.1 is 40 gigabit speed. The PS5 is 36 gigabit bandwidth. Are you talking about the cable that the console ships with? What? Oh, no. Yeah. No, I did not want the USB. Yeah, no, I saw that. I saw that and I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed when I saw that. Hold on. Where do they have a picture of that? I hate that. Oh, this is so gross. Gross. They went with a USB-C. Oh, man. Oh, that's such a face palm. Lisa Sue, why? Why did you put the USB-C on there again? And why'd they have to put it between the two display ports? Oh, man, no. You know, I personally am probably going to buy an AIB card because of that. Notice my collection. My GPU collection is mostly AMD reference cards. But because of in all their infinite wisdom, they decided to put a USB-C port on their GPU reference card. That's a sign that I need to buy an AIB card. They just want me to buy an AIB card. They want me to stop buying their reference cards by putting this dinky little DisplayPort or this USB-C DisplayPort alt mode on the back of their card. Yeah, I hate USB-C as a display out. That's awful. Honestly, that's their only, like... I can't really, like, find a lot of things to criticize AMD on this product announcement. But if I had to criticize them, that's what I'm gonna ding them on. The stupid USB-C as a display out on their graphics card. That's terrible. No one uses those with VR headsets anymore. Like, it's so pointless. What are you gonna do? Charge a cell phone off of that? Like, no. It's the same as the display. It's basically a DisplayPort. It's DisplayPort alt mode. Hold on. Right here. Here it is, guys. USB-C as DisplayPort alt mode enables a variety of high-performance configurations. So this is what you can do with that AMD display or that USB-C port. I mean, it's cool, but I don't like it because it's not as durable as the traditional DisplayPort connector. I said this yesterday. Like, the one thing I don't like about the AMD reference cards, I think this one doesn't have a picture of it. Maybe does this one have a picture? Yeah. I hate this. This is terrible. Like, give me 3 display ports. I don't want this. This is basically DisplayPort, but it's a USB-C form factor. The reason why I hate it is because I run 3 monitors, right? So that means I have a DisplayPort cable on the middle one, I have a DisplayPort cable on the right one, then I have a DisplayPort cable on the left monitor, but the other end of it has to be USB-C to connect to my AMD card. So unless I want to run HDMI, I typically don't do that. So every time I swap to the 3090 Ti or Intel Arc, I have to take out the DisplayPort cable from the monitor and go and put in another DisplayPort cable that's DisplayPort on both ends, because AMD has this stupid USB-C connector on their reference cards. So it's so annoying to have to deal with that, because it's annoying to have to reach under the monitor and find the clip for the DisplayPort, press that in and pull the cable out. It's just annoying. I really don't like the fact that they decided to include the same stupid USB-C connector on there. That's the biggest mistake that they had to make, like with this launch. It's just dumb. Oh really? AMD official Radeon? But see, like, I have so many AMD reference cards over the years that it's just, oh man. Okay, so it's AMD official AMD Radeon TM is up. Wait, hold on. Okay, what do we got? I do like their little video that they have with the card coming in. It makes me think of the Intel Arc one. That's cool. That looks pretty cool. There's a couple things I don't like about the reference card, though. One thing, the Radeon logo is angled too low. It's like looking down too much. And then it was already bad on the previous reference card, because like if you have this in the case, the problem is the Radeon logo is at a weird angle, so it's like it's kind of down looking. So if you're looking at it from above, like if your case is on the floor, the Radeon logo is kind of like arched away from you. I feel like this one is even worse because it's angled even further down. You can barely see it. So yeah, that's kind of a mistake. So hold on, learn more. Okay, yeah, that's angled way too low. Like they need. Oh man, the funny thing is the 7900 XT. It's not bad. This one, the flagship one, the XTX, the Radeon logo is arched way too low. It's at like a 60-degree angle or something. It looks terrible. Does that mean they have XDR? Apple Display compatibility with the new USB-C? Yeah, yes, they probably do, because look, USB-C, well, okay, the thing is, it's DisplayPort alt mode, so, yeah, see, look, it allows not just DisplayPort, but it also allows super speed USB data and video, so yeah, it's got data through there. I personally don't like it because it has too much, like, the chipset driver for the USB port. It has an additional like PHY specification that typically you don't have to deal with if you're running just a plain DisplayPort connection instead of the USB-C connection. So I personally don't like it. It adds complexity, and it's an inferior connector. So, oh yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it probably will work with it because it is DisplayPort alt mode, which is basically what Apple is using. So, do they have any kind of like metrics here? It's kind of weird how they show like the 6000 series right next to this. So what does this say? Specifications. Okay, let's take a look. USB-C, yes. Okay, I wanted that to say no. HDMI 2.1, DisplayPort 2.1. AV1 encode. I already knew it was gonna have it. I wasn't even worried about that at all. 4K. Okay, it's got HEVC, but it's already had all of this. The only thing that's new in the rendering format is the AV1 encode. All this other stuff was carried over. They already had AV1 decode on the previous generation. Same memory type, but it's faster. The 6900 XT was 16 gigabit per second. The 6950 XT was 18 gigabit per second, so this is even faster. And there's more of it, so that's cool. Does it say PCIe generation? You know what? I was wondering if it's PCIe Gen 5. It doesn't say. So they conveniently omit the one thing that I was looking for. Because I was looking to see if it would be the first PCIe Gen 5 graphics card. But I feel like it's probably going to be PCIe Gen 4. Because if it was going to be PCIe Gen 5, they would have definitely been all over marketing that. Because they'd claim world first if that was the case. I feel like that's kind of a missed opportunity for them. Because they already got DisplayPort 2.1. I feel like if they had Gen 5, AV1 encode, and DisplayPort 2.1, that they just like slam dunk, hands down win in terms of world first. AMD is finally doing full support on software support for many software. I mean, they already kind of had those things, but it was all sort of like, not, yeah, I mean, they're just kind of doubling down on it. Oh, like, VCE has always been in OBS for a very long time, so that's not new. And I think OBS was already using the AMF, the newer AMF encoder. So for those not understanding what I'm talking about AMD's encoder. So if we type in VCE, Video Coding Engine. Okay, so those who know about NVIDIA know about something called NVENC, which is their encoder they use for recording and streaming. So AMD has always had one called Video Coding Engine, or VCE. This is the older name. They have since renamed it to VCN, or Video Core Next or something. But it's also known as AMF, or an AMD Media something. I forgot what exactly that stands for. But if we look at this, so VCE 1.0 was Tahiti. So I know this because, you know, I have a lot of AMD cards, so that's why I'm well aware of how all this works. So it's not new. OBS has always had VCE support, so you could always encode with AMD graphics cards on OBS. That's not new at all. Just FYI. What's new is they're committing to optimizing the performance. So basically, they're doing what Epos Vox said they need to do, and make it look better, and make it look clearer, and make it look sharper. So that's what they're going to do with OBS. So that's all good and fine, because then that means that they're basically now the same as NVIDIA next year when it comes to their encoding, in terms of the quality. So that's all nice. Okay, so, but yeah, none of this stuff is really new. Like, VCE 1.0 was basically the Radeon, the old HD 7000 series. Then they had the second generation, which was the Tonga, and the newer ones, basically the Hawaii GPUs. So the 290X, for example, I had one of those. Then VC 3.0, that's going to be Fury. R9, so I have a R9 Fury, that's why I know this. And the Tonga was VC3. And then you had 4.0 was Vega. So Vega was the 4.0. Radeon 7 was Vega 20, so that's 4.1. Yeah, Radeon 7. So that was 4.1. And then basically that's where it ended. Anything beyond that was VCN. Which was right here, VCN. So this started in 2018, so that's going to be RDNA 1. So this is going to be, okay, second generation of VCN was 5700 XT. Then you had all this other stuff. These are APUs. Then you had Rembrandt, which was VCN 3.1, which is basically the 6000 GPU. Oh, no. I think this was, yeah, so 3.0 was the 6000 series. So the documentation on the newer one is actually really bad. Like, it doesn't really say a whole lot compared to the older one. So, okay, a lot of people, so one thing I want to point out though, VCE is not bad if you were streaming at 720p or 480p or, you know, anything in between. Like, and the reason why I'm saying this is because you guys have to remember 1080 streaming at 1080p 60 FPS is relatively recent. It's not something that everybody has been able to do if we're talking like 5 years ago. The way Twitch started out with live streaming was basically 480p 360p 480p. That was how Twitch started out. So, VCE was not bad at lower resolution. VCE only looks bad when you're streaming at 1080p. So yeah, in recent years, now that most people are streaming at 1080p 30, 1080p 60, that's where VCE kind of falls behind. So, and that's where NVENC had made a lot of improvements. So it's not like, wait, what? Isn't needed? What? Well, hold on. We'll talk about PCIe 5 in a second. But there's a lot of reasons why it needs PCIe 5. But hold on. So VCN, or like, okay, basically what I'm saying, just to summarize what we're talking about when it comes to the encoding stuff, 1080p live streaming is really where VCE kind of fell behind. So it is good that they are dedicated to improving the quality with 1080p 60 streaming with VCE. So that's good to hear. This is all good stuff, right? Like all the stuff that AMD talked about today it's only positive stuff. It's not like anything bad from what I could tell. So that's good to see. So basically 4.0 is probably going to be the 7000 series GPUs. But yeah, okay. So they're basically going to reach feature parity with NVIDIA because both of them now have AV1 encoding. And as they showed today, the AV1 improves the clarity drastically. The other thing that they had talked about was the Xilinx AI accelerator from their acquisition of Xilinx is going to help. It's going to use machine learning to help improve their encoding quality because it's gonna look at text and it's gonna focus on making text more readable when there's a lot of fast motion. So I think that's gonna go a long way in improving the encoder quality. So that's really nice to see. Okay, so PCIe Gen 5. So why does a GPU need PCIe Gen 5? Well, okay. Let me rephrase that question. Why don't we just use GPUs that still use PCIe Gen 1? Why are we on Gen 4? Why does that even matter? Why don't we just stay on Gen 1? Huh? Like that's how I reframe that question. So let's look at an article here. So the question was, why do we need PCIe Gen 5? PCI Express 4.0 scaling, featuring the RTX 4090. Let's take a look at let's just pick one of these games. Let's just pick like, I don't know, Battlefield. Okay. So, Battlefield 5. 4K. PCIe X16 4.0. Okay, let's take a look at this. We have an RTX 4090 and we're playing at 4K gaming. PCIe Gen 4 X16 190 FPS. PCIe X16 3.0 184 FPS. PCIe 2.0 173 FPS. PCIe Gen 1 132 FPS. And that's the full 16 lanes. So, now granted we're talking about PCIe Gen 4, we're not even talking about PCIe Gen 5. But there you go, there's your answer. I didn't say we don't need Gen 5 this generation. There's no Gen 5 card to show on this chart, is what I'm telling you. So, one thing I do want to point out, though, is this kind of shows if you're running a Z790 motherboard. We talked about this on a previous generation, and this is the reason why I don't like 13th gens. I don't like the Intel 13th gen Z790 platform. Because you end up with this scenario. So this is just an FYI for people. Like, okay, that green line that you see on the chart, this is what you get if you're on 5800X3D, any of the Ryzen 7000 CPUs, the Intel Rocket Lake, Intel 12th gen, Intel 13th gen. The blue line is if you're on Intel 10th gen, so like 10900K, 10700K, 9900K, you know, those sort of things. And then if you're on the orange line 2.0, that's going to be AMD Bulldozer, so that's FX. That's going to be Sandy Bridge Intel. And then anything older, right? And then the red line is basically Intel Core, like the Q6600 and all that stuff. So yeah. So to answer your question, if you had Gen 5, you'd probably have a line that's slightly higher than this green line. Probably like 195 or something like that. Okay, that's basically the difference. So, pretty much what this is telling me, though, is if I have a 4090, and if I'm pairing it up with an old Intel motherboard from 10 years ago, the best I can get is the orange line. If I have the 10th gen Intel, or like, for example, if I have Coffee Lake, like i7 8700K, or a 10700K, the best I can get with the 4090 is the blue line. And now, granted, we're looking at only one game, right? Like, some other games might not scale the same way. Like, okay, see, here's one. Halo Infinite, there's barely any difference. So, yeah, you're giving up like a few FPS. So, in some games, it doesn't really matter. But in other games, it might matter, right? So, like, look at that. Look at the drop here from... Look at this one. So, Witcher 3 at 1080p... If you're on a 2.0 PCIe Gen 2, you're at 352 FPS versus like 420 FPS roughly on Gen 4. So there is a difference. Is it a worthwhile difference? Yeah, it just kind of depends on the person, right? Like, someone might value the difference and weigh heavily on it, and others might not care so much. So all I'm saying is I'd rather have Gen 5 than to not have Gen 5. People who have watched the stream know that my motto is, it's better to have something and not need it than to not have it when you actually need it. And we'll just leave it at that. Okay, is it true that the stigma with AMD and software support is bad because they leave it to developers to figure out? Because one more thing about that, like, I was gonna say, one thing is like for instance, if you have Intel 13th gen and you have a Z790 motherboard, as soon as you populate the first M.2 drive with any SSD, it doesn't matter if the SSD is Gen 3, Gen 4, Gen 5, or whatever, as soon as you populate that, you're getting the blue bar, no matter what. You're getting the blue bar on your 13900K. No matter what you do, it's going to be on the blue bar because it's going to drop you down to X8. And now, granted, we're looking at a 4090. If you look at a different GPU, you might get different results. But all I'm saying is that it's better to get the full potential than to basically kneecap yourself in terms of the performance. Right, like some of these games, really, there's a big difference from like Gen 1 to Gen 2. Oh, and for those wondering, the red bar is typically an external GPU in terms of what you get if you had it in an enclosure connected via Thunderbolt. So, Will X, you really are misinformed when it comes to Z790. We've already done this. We've already covered this extensively. Yeah, you drop yourself to X8 if you populate that Gen 5 SSD slot on a Z790 board. If you're using X670E, you're getting the green bar no matter what. Although there are some motherboards, like for example, there are some B650 motherboards that do the same thing as Z790, and will drop you down to the blue bar as soon as you populate that M.2 slot. So yeah, if you run the 4.0, like if you use the Gen 4 CPU connected drive slot, then yeah, you're gonna get the 16 lanes. But if you populate the one that's labeled as Gen 5, and again, you can use a Gen 3 SSD, Gen 4 SSD, doesn't matter what SSD. As soon as you put an SSD in that CPU connected M.2 Gen 5 slot on a Z790 board, you're dropping your graphics card down to X8 speed. Guaranteed 100%. But that's something that none of the reviewers talked about. I can prove it right now. Well, let's prove it right now. Let's look at the although I don't really want to spend too much time on this. But we'll look at X670E as an example. So here's AMD's 7000 series. Here we go. Block diagram. CPU lanes. 5.0 bus. 20 lanes. 16 to the GPU. 4 to an M.2 Gen 5 drive slot. And then 4 more to another M.2 drive slot. 16 plus 4 plus 4. 24 lanes of Gen 5 to the CPU. We're not even talking about the chipset. We're talking about the CPU. Now, let's go look at an Intel Z790 Aorus Master. Support. Manual. English. I don't know what you're talking about by changing the link speed. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay, right here. Here's the Intel LGA 1700 Z790, latest and greatest. PCIe Gen 5 bus, total 16 lanes. Then you get 4 lanes of Gen 4 to the CPU. So yes, you can run an M.2 slot to the CPU, and you can still maintain 16 lanes on the GPU. However, they give you what they advertise as a Gen 5 SSD slot, an M.2 slot. As soon as you plug something in there, it doesn't matter if it's a Gen 5 drive, a Gen 4, a Gen 3, bam, there you go, X8. I don't know what you mean by change the link speed in the BIOS. We're talking about a slot. As soon as you populate this slot with an M.2, you're running your GPU at X8 speed. There's no other way around that. So anyway, that's just an example of why Gen 5 matters. Because, think of it this way. Is it better to run a Gen 5 GPU at X8? Or is it better to run a Gen 4 GPU at X8 and have to settle for that? Or just use the other slot? Yeah, you could do that. I'm not saying you can't do that. What happens if you want to run another M.2 slot and you want to run it to the CPU? You can use the chipset one, but do you want to use the chipset one or do you want to use the CPU one? That's what I'm saying. So basically, your question was, why does Gen 5 matter? Well, if I'm on Intel 13th Gen, if I have a Gen 4 GPU, and if I want to run 2 SSDs in RAID 0, I'm still not hitting the bandwidth. I just showed you examples where you're going to bottleneck yourself, or you're losing performance. Now, granted, it's not much. I'm not saying it's a lot of performance loss. But what I'm saying is you are still giving up performance on the table. Yeah, I mean, RAID is just an example, right? Like, if I just wanted to run another SSD, I don't have to RAID the SSD. Like, I'm just saying, like, if I want to plug in another M.2 and I want to wire it up to the CPU, I'd rather have a Gen 5 GPU running at X8 than having to settle for a Gen 4 GPU running at X8. Does that make sense? I hope people understand what I'm, like, my thought process here, because the original question was, why does Gen 5 matter? Well, in the case of AMD 7000 series, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the AM5 CPU will never take lanes away from the GPU. So in this scenario, it doesn't matter. But in this scenario, it can matter. So I just hope that comes, like, that's clear, because do you like running your GPU at X8? If you're okay running your GPU at X8, then that's fine. It's all about use case. Am I okay with running my GPU at X8? Maybe. I mean, I used to run SLI. I used to run GTX 1080s in SLI. Those were running at X8. Okay, so Joel, I got something for you. So if you have a GPU, so you have a GPU that only does Gen 3. Like, okay, guys, 1080 Ti. 1080 Ti is a 3.0 GPU, X16. So if I take a 1080 Ti and if I plug it into my 13th gen Z790 motherboard and I go and plug in two M.2 drives, both to the CPU, the first one is on the Gen 4 bus, the second one is going here. Now I'm running my 1080 Ti at 3.0 X8. Okay? I'm running a 3.0 at X8. Am I okay with that? I guess. But, you know, like, you know, okay? Does that make sense? Now you're running it, now you're on the orange line. You're going to be on the orange line. Because this is 2.0 X16, which is equal to 3.0 X8. 1080 Ti is a 3.0 GPU, my man. You need to look up the specs. Someone's misinformed. Yeah, guys, dude, look at this. The orange, the gold line. This is 3.0 X8. This is X8. It says X16 2.0. X16 2.0 equals X8 3.0. Okay? PCIe 5 doesn't... Yes, it does. It will run at whatever your GPU supports. We're talking about a 1080 Ti. A 1080 Ti... Yeah, Will, you're not understanding the spec. We're talking about a 1080 Ti. A 1080 Ti is a 3.0 PCIe Gen graphics card. It cannot run at Gen 5. It cannot run at Gen 4. It will only ever be Gen 3. That means if I plug it in to this brand new motherboard, guess what? Even though it says 5.0 bus, it's going to run at 3.0 speed. Because the graphics card doesn't support 5.0. Kevin, we don't need SSDs. Hold my floppy. We're talking about running a 1080 Ti in this motherboard. Okay? It will use 16 3.0 lanes. But as soon as you plug in this M.2 slot, your 1080 Ti is now running at X8 3.0 speed. It will not get all lanes because of this. Look, it is either 16 or 8 plus the M.2. It is either or. It is not 16 plus an M.2. It is 8 plus the M.2. Guys, you're not doing the math correctly. I think Will's kind of lost. I'm trying to help him understand it. Wouldn't having it be 5.0 X8 instead of 4.0? Okay, guys, listen. Your graphics card determines the PCI generation, not the motherboard. Just because the motherboard says Gen 5, that doesn't mean the GPU can run at Gen 5. We were talking about this earlier. If you have an old GPU like a 1080 Ti, 1080 Ti is only 3.0. Where is it? Where is it? The reason I'm using that one as an example is because a ton of people have that card. Where is it? Here it is. GTX 1080 Ti. PCI 3.0 X16. This card can never run at 4.0 speed. It will only ever be 3.0. So, the motherboard determines the lanes, not the speed. The GPU determines the speed. So if the GPU is 3.0, it will be 3.0, and then it will be 8 lanes, because I have a M.2 slot connected to the CPU in this slot. Yeah, so Joel understands what's going on. No, I'm just trying to help him out. I'm trying to help him understand. Because these are the sort of things, these are the pitfalls that people who think they're going to go and buy they're going to build a brand new PC, the things will be all great, smooth sailing, then they run into these pitfalls because one day they decide to buy an M.2 slot or they buy a brand new SSD on Black Friday sale. They go and they plug it in because they look in their motherboard manual and it says right here, M2C CPU, it's the top one. So that means, let's look at the marketing. Oh, look, the top slot, the one with the really big, tall heatsink. I wonder which one the really big, tall heatsink right next to the CPU connects to. Let's look at the manual. M2C underscore CPU. So which one is that? M2C underscore CPU. Oh, look. It's the one that shares lanes with the graphics card. The one with the big, nice heatsink with the best cooling steals lanes from the graphics card. Isn't that fantastic? Okay. So I'm just trying to help you guys understand, like, these are the sort of things where people will go and they'll buy something, they think it'll work so great, and then it doesn't do what they think it's supposed to do, and then they have buyer's remorse or whatever, right? Because, you know, they just didn't understand how it worked. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying this is necessarily a bad thing. What I'm saying is that we're talking about, the original question was, why does Gen 5 matter? Well, let me just summarize the whole TLDR, Gen 5 matters because if I have to share lanes with an M.2 that connects to my CPU because I want the big fat heatsink to keep the temps low, if I have a Gen 5 GPU, it's better to have a Gen 5 GPU running at X8 than a 3.0, a Gen 3, like a 1080 Ti, or maybe like a 4090, which is Gen 4, forced to run at X8. Does that make sense? Because I can guarantee you a Gen 5, just think about it like this. Gen 5 X8 is equal to Gen 4 X16. Okay? That's basically where we're going to end this discussion. Because I think most people in the chat understand where I'm coming from on this. I hope the concept is clear. Because it's all about allocations of lanes, it's resource sharing. So, bottom line is, I guess the ultimate summary is, if you want to avoid all of this, buy AM5. If you want to avoid all of the resource sharing, and you want your GPU to run at X16 all the time, doesn't matter if it's Gen 5, Gen 4, Gen 3, I can plug it in the AM5 motherboard, get 16 lanes, I can run 2 M.2s at full Gen 5 or Gen 4, doesn't really matter, and I still have the full X16. There's no resource sharing. So if you want to avoid resource sharing, you know, get a platform that doesn't do resource sharing. I guess that's the moral of the story. You're running a 1080 Ti in PCIe 4 slot right now, and you have two M.2s and a B550. Yeah. So according to you, my GPU should be slower, but it's running. Okay, you're talking about a B550. That's not what we're talking about. That doesn't apply. And guess what? Your 1080 Ti is running at 3.0, not 4.0. It's a 3.0 GPU, dude. Download GPU Z. Download GPU Z, load up GPU Z, and then go look and see what it tells you. Here, let me make it even more clear. Here, go to Tech Power Up. Download this application. GPU Z. Very easy. Download this. This will tell you what your GPU bus interface is. Okay? Let me prove something here. I'm not trying to make you look bad. I'm just trying to help you get informed about this so you don't make a poor decision or something down the line. So let me share. Hold on. How do I share GPU Z so that everyone can see it? Okay. Here's my GPU Z. You can see it on the screen. Everyone can see it in chat. That's the graphics card that I'm running. AMD Radeon RX 6900 XT. I want you to download GPU Z and open it up. Tell me what your bus interface says. Read that out loud. PCIe X16 4.0. Because I can guarantee you yours will say PCI X16 4.0 at X16 3.0. Yours will say 3.0 as the very last number. This number here that I'm pointing at with the mouse. Mine says, there you go. No, this has nothing to do with the M.2s. I'm telling you, you have a 1080 Ti. Your graphics card will only ever run at a maximum of X16 3.0. It is a 3.0 graphics card. It is not a 4.0 graphics card. So there you go. So what I'm telling you is if you were to upgrade or you were going to plug it into something like this, you would be getting 3.0 X8. So yeah, you have two M.2s, but your M.2s are probably running off of the chipset. They're probably not connected here. Or okay, let me rephrase that. You're on B550. So you probably have one M.2 connected to the CPU, just like this. Your second M.2 is probably connected to the chipset down here. So you're not stealing lanes because your motherboard doesn't do that. Okay? Your motherboard's kind of like this one. It's an AMD platform, first of all. So that means your first M.2 is wired like this. It's 4 lanes off of the CPU. Your second one is down here. It's 4 lanes through the AMD chipset, the B550 chipset. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that on your motherboard. What I'm trying to tell you is that you have a Gen 3 graphics card. It can only be Gen 3. So at some point, like if you were in a scenario where you have to share lanes, you know, it's going to get divided. It has nothing to do with whether it's Gen 5 on the motherboard or Gen 4. This has been pure comedy? Okay. Well, I think it turned out to be pretty educational for quite a few people, surprisingly, because so you're saying that if a motherboard downgrades anything to X8, then it would make anything X8? No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that typically what uses a lot of lanes? A graphics card uses a lot of lanes. It uses 16 lanes. So in order to get more functionality out of the platform, they typically tend to steal lanes from it using a PLX switch. So is that always going to happen? No, not really. I mean, like in the case of the B550, that doesn't happen. People in chat are confused. Not really. It actually has been funny. I find it kind of educational, though. So, I guess the bottom line is, the original question was, why do we need Gen 5? Well, I think I proved the point, right? Like, the reason why we need Gen 5 is because it gives you more forward compatibility. Basically, you don't have to compromise as much in terms of performance. That's ultimately what it boils down to. You're not giving up as much performance. Because as we pointed out, right, look at the 4090 example. When you're forced to share lanes, or you're forced to run at a certain speed, or whatever, you're giving up performance. You're leaving performance on the table. That's the whole point. Why do we need Gen 5 for gaming? I mean, that goes back to what I just said earlier. Like on this Battlefield 5 example. Right? Like if you have to give up lanes. Basically, if you have a Gen 5 drive and you're forced to give up lanes, it's better to have a Gen 5 GPU. Did I say drive? I meant GPU. So if you have a Gen 5 GPU, you're giving up less performance if you run a Gen 5 at 8 lanes compared to running a Gen 3 or a Gen 4 GPU at 8 lanes. That's what I'm saying. Like 16, so Gen 5 X8 is equal to Gen 4 16. So you're not really giving up much performance if you're on Gen 5. Does that make sense? Tell them what we talked about yesterday. I think we kind of reiterated what we said yesterday. The AM5 platform doesn't need Gen 5, but it seems like Z690 does need it. Sort of. I mean, that's a really interesting observation, Joel. I didn't really think too much about that. It's progressing in tech. Yeah, I mean, Aries makes a good point too. Like, it's progression of technology, right? Like, this goes back to what we were saying here, right? Like, if you look at this, the red bar is the first generation. The orange bar or the gold bar, whatever this color is, this is the second generation. The blue one's the third generation. The green one's the fourth generation. So you can see it progresses, right? Like you can see. Now, granted, this is an RTX 4090 that we're talking about. But what it shows is that, you know, with the newer spec, you are getting more performance with the exact same hardware. Direct storage is... This is turning into a SpongeBob... What? Direct storage is coming for PC gaming. Oh, that. Yeah. So that's kind of like what the PS5 does. Like the way the PS5 is able to achieve like near instantaneous load times. It's because it's using it's essentially using the full capability of the high throughput that the PCI Express interface allows. Whereas with the way games are on PC today, and typically the way they've always been, is that you have to take game assets, and you have to load them into system RAM, and then the CPU has to then pull the game info and load it into the GPU memory, and then the GPU will then display it on the screen. Direct storage is coming from... Oh wait, yeah. PS5 has its own storage compression chip. Yeah, but see, the thing is, it's all about the throughput, right? So with basically what we were saying yesterday, in the previous stream, we were talking about like how Gen 5 can improve gaming experiences. And in one of those ways, it's because it gives you so much throughput, you have so much burst, and you have so much throughput, that it makes it easier for a developer of a game, of a modern game, to not have to worry too much about optimizing the load and store operations for things like texture loading, texture streaming, this type of thing. Like with high throughput on the drive itself, if the hardware can handle it, you don't have to spend too much time optimizing your game engine or just your game assets in general, because the drive will just do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. So you can basically scale your game textures and assets the way you always envisioned it without having to be limited by the hardware. So that's kind of a summary of what we talked about previously. Well, it's both. Throughput and lanes go hand in hand, because your throughput per lane depends. I mean, that directly tells you how much how much data you can transfer, right? So PCIe 5 is double PCIe 4. So it's like 4 tops out at like 7,000, whereas Gen 5 is like 15, 14, 15, roughly double of what you could get with Gen 4. So basically it's a lot faster than PS5, without having to need any kind of fancy compression on the storage controller. So yeah, but anyway, that's kind of the summary of like why newer standards do actually matter. I mean, it's not like you wouldn't want the newer standard, right? Like, would you want to be stuck on Gen 4 for another couple of years? Like, I mean, I wouldn't. I'd rather have the newer thing. So it may not be relevant today, but when Gen 4 launched 3 years ago, was Gen 4 relevant back in 2019? Not really. Is it relevant today? I mean, we can kind of see it relevant, right? Like with the 4090, it seems like it's relevant. Throughput is determined by the number of lanes. Yeah, it's basically the, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we don't really need to go too much into PCIe, but okay, but I think we kind of covered most of the topics, right? Like we talked about the Displayport 2.1. We kind of went down the rabbit hole on Gen 5, which was very surprising. But I think it was a useful discussion. But in terms of like the video core NECs, the Displayport improvements, everything at least on paper looks good in my mind. It's just we don't really know. We don't really have any figures. Well, we do kind of have figures on the performance, right? Because we already kind of know like where this card lands. So this is what, like roughly 30% faster than 3090 Ti, and roughly, what is this, 35% faster relative to the 6950 XT. Now, this is averaged across all the different resolutions that they tested at. So this includes 720p all the way up to 4K. Where I think if you were to only look at 4K relative performance, you would see a larger differential, because at lower resolutions, they tend to like clump up together. Any point in buying an RX 60? I mean, yeah, if you can get one for a good deal, I guess I would say go for it. But I mean, here's the thing about the like waiting for next generation. The problem is we live in an era now where a lot of people are going to use bots, and they're going to scalp these things, and they're going to try to flip them on eBay. And that's just the reality that we live in today. So, I mean, this is already a thing with the RTX 4090. So if you're somebody who doesn't want to have to deal with battling bots and scalpers trying to get a new graphics card, I mean, I would probably look at previous generation, to be honest. Like, it's one of those things where it's going to be pretty hard to get the newer hardware if you unless you really, really want the new generation graphics cards, and you're okay with trying to, hunt down one from a Micro Center, or constantly check Best Buy or Newegg or Amazon like every day pretty much to be able to get one. if you're okay with that and knowing that you're probably not going to be able to get one at launch, you're probably just going to have to wait unless you get extremely lucky, then you're probably going to be okay with getting last generation. Your motherboard is Gen 4, so yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because I think all these new graphics cards are Gen 4. So, and the current generation is also Gen 4. So you're probably going to be fine with either one. My question to you would be, what is your monitor resolution? I think that's the biggest determining factor. So somebody posted in the Discord the ARC GPU. Oh, so that's an Joel posted the GPU Z for ARC A770. So yeah, 4.0 at 3.0. That means that's on like a Z790 motherboard or a Z390 motherboard. 4K. So you're on a 4K TV. What kind of games do you play? That would be my next question. Do you play like a lot of Z590 actually can do Gen 4. Z590 can do Gen 4. Oh, you have a 10th gen Intel. That's why. Because if you have 11th gen Intel, you get Gen 4. Rocket Lake is Gen 4. That was Intel's first Gen 4 CPU. So you thought that the new GPU okay, it depends on what you play, cuz like 4K, a 4K TV is no, I was just responding to Joel. He has a Z590, but he probably has a 10th gen CPU because those are only 3.0 on the PCIe. But the motherboard Z590 supports Gen 4. But you have to have 11th gen Rocket Lake to benefit from that. You thought that the new GPU, I don't know what you're saying, the GPS R5 4K 120 hertz. No, we're trying to answer like you play mostly single player RPG. Okay, so because if you play that, so like for example, right? Like let me just show an example here. We already kind of showed this earlier. Like a game like this. Hold on. What happened here? Oh, I have this. So like for example, this type of game. If you play a game like this at 4K, I can tell you right now from my own experience, like the 6000 series is totally fine. You get 16 gigabytes of memory. You know, what is the TV? Is the TV a 60 hertz TV? Because most of them typically are. No point upgrading to 11th gen. Hold on. I thought the new GPUs are Gen 5. Oh, 120. Can't the ARC run this game at 60? Yes. Yes. What's the best driver at the moment? Hold on. There's like too many questions all at once. So I'm trying to answer Pete's question about the TV. So it's a 120 hertz TV. That's a pretty good TV. 4K. And you play mostly single player RPGs. Honestly, you're probably going to be fine with current generation hardware. So I'm playing this at 4K. Just FYI. This is 4K that you guys see on the screen right now. Now, granted, we're not streaming at 4K, obviously, because we can't. We're streaming at 1080p 60, because that's what YouTube allows. But this game is running at 4K max settings, and it's a single player, roughly single player. I mean, it does have co-op elements, but it's a single player RPG, and you can see it. You know, it's maxed out. But this is not a very like demanding game. So this is probably not the best example, but if this is the sort of games that you play, you'll probably be fine. There was one game that came out recently, Plague Tale. Plague Tale is very, very graphics intensive on the PC, so that's the sort of game that the current gen GPUs, none of them can actually handle that game at above 60 FPS. Although, I take that back. I think they might be able to be very close, but I think they're just under 60 at 4K in Plague Tale Requiem. So that's an example of like a new game that if you're playing at 4K, you're not going to get an optimal experience, if that makes sense. So only the 4090. Yeah. Well, okay, the 4090 is not the. We're talking about previous gen. So basically 30 series or 6000 Radeon. Samsung about 2. Okay, yeah. I mean, what's the best driver at the moment? The latest and the greatest. I actually. Are you talking about AMD? I would say 22.5. 22.5 on Radeon is the best one. It's the one with the least like known issues. I don't think you need ultra settings. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, if you run the game at high, you'll be fine. Like, if you basically set high or very high as the preset in pretty much all the games that you play, you're probably gonna be fine either way and not have any issues. So, let me see. How are we doing on time? Okay, so I think we covered most of what I wanted to talk about on this stream. 2023 games and beyond will be at Plague Tale level. Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I mean, Plague is kind of like a... It's a game that you can tell they put a lot of work into. But in general, I would say that it's a good representation of what you can expect games to require like 3 years from now. It'll be more like the average, like 3 years from now, is what I'm saying, in terms of system requirements. So you're saying the new GPUs are not PCIe 5? I don't think they are. Like, does anybody catch if they said they were? I don't think they are. Yeah, so I think they're 4.0. I'm not sure. Because I feel like if they were going to be 5.0, I think that would have been a big deal. Like, they would have announced that. They would have said world's first PCIe Gen 5. I don't see why they would not announce that. Unless it's not Gen 5. Yeah, I think Joel's right. I think they're Gen 4. Because AMD wasn't, like, keen on, like, specifying that. Notice how they were quick to say that the Displayport is 2.1, though. So that's the thing. So I kind of think it's Gen 4. Wait, why is there... Oh, there's one of these things? Hold up. We'll come back to that. Unity's new demo is available for download. I'll probably try it out. The thing is, like, this game that I'm playing right now is made in Unity, so it's like I'm already playing a Unity title. But yeah, I'll definitely try it out. What is Unity's ray tracing? Unity has ray tracing, right? Like, what's it called? Or is it just DXR? Oh, that thing's in trouble. The most demanding games. So, Cyberpunk's pretty demanding. But yeah, FSR DLSS kind of fixes that problem. You should test 6700 XT on Quake 2 again, see how it performs with the ray query. Yeah, you know, I was curious to know what's the difference between the ray query and the ray tracing. Now, I will say that the one where it results in 42 FPS on the Arc GPU is a lot better looking. When you look at objects in the game, like the explosives, the one where it's harder to run actually does look better. There's less aliasing artifacts. What's the bare minimum PCIe to drive such massive resolution? 4K. Oh, oh, you're talking about PCIe? I mean, PCIe, that's not a big deal. Like, we made it seem like it was a big deal. But yeah, as long as you're running, like, PCIe Gen 3 X16, you're fine. Yeah, like Joel's saying Gen 3. I would say, like, as long as you can run Gen 3 at X16 lanes, you'll be fine at 4K. 8K, I don't think we're even going to really talk about 8K. There's not really a whole lot of realistic displays out there today to look up statistics on for that. But in general, I would say like PCIe 3 X16, which is basically going to be like an Intel Z390, Z370, an AMD first gen Ryzen, second gen Ryzen, like basically a X370, X470 motherboard, or if we're talking Intel, you know, like Z390. So those are all going to be fine. But if you want 4.0, you have to be on either X570, which is going to be like Ryzen 3000, Ryzen 5000, or the newly released Ryzen 7000 on AM5. And then if you're on Intel, if you want Gen 4, you have to be on at least Z590 with an Intel 11th gen Rocket Lake, or you have to be on Z690 with the 12th or 13th gen. So those are kind of the system requirements or systems to keep in mind if you're wanting to differentiate Gen 3 from Gen 4. XFX Swift is at 669. That's pretty good because that's lower than the MSRP of an RTX 3080. And that's much better value, right? Like 16 gigabytes of VRAM. So yeah. On Amazon. Did Bill Gates actually say that? Is that like a real thing? Because I can see that becoming like a meme, like everywhere. We're gonna have to do, I gotta do 2 boss runs, so they're probably gonna end the stream. How many of these do I have now? We still need more of these. Still need to farm more pollen. But we need to get, we'll get that after this. I'll have to do Spiral Abyss runs at some point too. That was a lot in the 80s. Oh yeah, I can imagine. I mean, weren't hard drives like in the megabytes until the late 90s? When did hard drives go from being megabytes to gigabytes? Wait, these weren't the things that I was looking for. Those are the wrong target. Where are those, like, oh, they're behind me. Man, she does take a lot of damage, though, when she's doing that move. Wow. Whoa. that was a lot of damage. Whoa, I don't know what happened, but all those things just straight up died. They just all got nuked somehow. I think it was the ult from that new Archon. Okay, so I don't know, what do you guys think? Like, I'm gonna just ask the chat, like, are you leaning more toward the Radeon 7000 series, or are you gonna wait until next year? Are you gonna buy a Radeon 6000 on clearance, or are you gonna buy like an RTX 30 series on clearance? It really depends on the monitor. I think the first thing is you gotta know, do you want to upgrade your monitor, or do you already have a 4K monitor? Because I think if you don't have a 4K monitor, honestly, the 4090 and the new AMD, those two new AMD cards are probably not worth it. Maybe the 20 gigabyte one for 1440p high refresh. 6 inches closer to your monitor to see the difference between 4K and 8K on a 27 inch. I mean, I'm on a 27 inch 4K and I'm sitting probably like a little more than arm's length away from the monitor. And I can tell the difference between that and my I got 1440p's on the left and right. Now they're 24-inch monitors, so they're smaller. So the scaling is more similar. You're waiting for the 7700 XT. Wow, she just dealt like 11k damage. Oh, 8K? Yeah, 8K, I don't know. 8K, I'm not so sure about because, like, we looked at that MKBHD video about 8K back in 2017, and that really didn't sell me on 8K. So, I don't know. I think we talked about this on a previous stream, but I think that 8K, in order for 8K to become a thing, we need to get more, like, the operating systems have to improve. Like, Windows has improved the way desktop scaling works. Like, that's just the gist of it. I just don't think that 8K is going to be viable for everyday use at actual screen, physical screen sizes that make sense. Right? Like, I'm not going to be using a computer with a 65-inch screen in front of me just to do work. And because it's 8K, like, that's just never gonna be a thing. It just doesn't seem practical. So 8K to me is still kind of a meme. 4K kind of makes sense now, but it's still, I can see why a lot of people still don't think 4K is necessary.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Oh, there's still one of them alive?
Enshroud. Keep up.
Alright, so what do I need to do here? I'm still trying to farm more of these little fungus guys. But I think in terms of value, I think AMD pretty much has a win here. I don't really see the graphics card performing better than a 4090, but can you really complain about it if it's priced so much lower than a 4090? See, that's the thing. I feel like they kind of did what everybody wanted them to do, which was basically undercut NVIDIA by a lot and offer comparable performance for the money. So I think they achieved that. Is AMD sending out a GPU for testing? To me, I wish. I wish. But my channel's not big enough for that. I will say, though, that it did kind of make my desire to test Intel's Arc GPUs kind of dwindle. 4090 isn't even for gaming. Well, I mean, try telling Nvidia that. Try telling Nvidia that. They'll tell you otherwise. Movie industry might be the ones to drive the 8K. Yeah, I mean, backspace, that's a good point. See, in the theater, in like cinema, 8K does actually make sense. When the screen is that big, then it does actually make sense. That's where I think high resolution actually matters. But if we're talking like 27-inch screen, like, I don't know about that. That's where the value proposition's kind of questionable, as well as the use case. I don't understand. Okay, she's not dealing any damage. Maybe I need to do this? Okay, that worked.
All eyes on me.
I'll uproot you.
Where is that thing? Whoa, there's some enemy way up there. Uh-oh, I'm stuck.
One with the forest.
Hear my prayer. You.
Oh, this enemy doesn't want to move.
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home. This dance is
Standing your ground. Wow, okay.
Wait. Grant us your
Where'd you
blessing.
go? Behind. There's like a DBZ moment right there.
Can't see. Let's nip that in the butt.
This body belongs to ice and snow. Do your worst.
The human eye isn't good enough to notice the difference unless you're 6 inches away from the screen on a 27-inch screen. Well, the thing is, how far... So, typically, if you're talking about 8K, like, how far back do you expect to be sitting? If we're talking about an 8K display. So, like, for me, in my case, I'm sitting right here, right? And if I stick my arm out in front of me, I can't touch my monitor. The tip of my fingers are almost able to touch my monitor. But from where I'm sitting right now, I'm a little bit more than arm's length away from my 4K 27-inch monitor. Now, if I move my arm out toward my 1440p 24-inch monitors, they're technically similar distance. Because they're all kind of like in an arch around, like they're kind of like in a semicircle around. It's almost like I had a big widescreen display, but instead of having a big ultra wide, I have like 3 separate monitors. Where does Intel sit in this space after the AMD announcement? Intel's still the value king. Intel's still the value king. We talked about it earlier in the stream. Like 16 gigabytes of memory for $350. You can't really go wrong. Performance is kind of like a 3060. Ray tracing performance is basically on par with AMD's ray tracing. In some cases, people are saying that it's a little bit better. I don't know. I personally didn't really see that, but I have to kind of retest certain applications with Radeon and Intel to kind of verify that. But in my mind, Intel's the value king because you can't really beat 16 gigs at $350 for, you know, like the same performance roughly as like an RTX 3060 or a 6600 XT. So, you know, 32 inches for that monitor. I mean, 32 inches, you kind of have to sit pretty far back, right? Because if you have, if I had a 32-inch display in the same place where I sit now, that would be too big. I feel like I'd be moving my head around like way too much looking at the screen, trying to like pinpoint stuff on the screen. So I would not like that.
It looks futile.
Let's see. At this point, Arc is just too early in its development. I don't know about that. It seems like it's okay. I mean, it does need some polishing, but I do think that is going to happen over time. So I don't know. I give Intel the benefit of the doubt. I do think that their product is a little rough around the edges, but it's not terrible. Before we do that, let me go and fight the boss real quick. So I'm gonna do a boss fight. Now for the boss fight, I'm gonna need to bring in. Well, hold on, I need to heal. For the boss, we're gonna have to bring in the Ginyu Force because these rookies aren't gonna cut it. Well, at least Tainari. We're not gonna use like Dendros against this boss because that would be a mistake. Hold on 1 second here. Okay. So let's go and change party members.
It's not enough.
Try playing
to protect
Halo.
the most
MCC and the performance is bad on that game, but that must be from it being the X11 title. What card am I using right now? This is a Radeon RX 6900 XT. I showed it earlier when we were talking with, you know, when we had that whole discussion about PCIe Gen 5. I showed it in GPU-Z. So for reference, for those wondering, this is the GPU that we are streaming with. The AMD Radeon 6900 XT. This is the box. So this is it. I was streaming with ARC. I will be doing another stream with the A770 on the stream in a future stream soon. So if you're interested in ARC performance, stay tuned for that. We will be covering that. We do also have 3090 Ti and 3080 Ti as well. They're both over here. Here's 3080 Ti. I don't really like this card. I don't really know what I plan to do with this card. It will be good for benchmark comparisons, though, in future videos. But typically, for my own production, I would use the 6900 XT or the 3090 Ti. But who knows, if I can get the new RDNA GPU, it also has 24 gigabytes of memory, which means I'll have memory parity between NVIDIA and AMD at the high end, or the enthusiast class, so we'll see. Okay, boss fight time. Why you not like 3080 Ti? It's loud. I don't like the reference cooler. It's very loud, and it uses a lot of power. The cooler's too small for how it performs. So I really don't like it. I like the 3090 Ti a lot better. Let's just put it that way. Oh, I failed right there. You have to get revenge, you'll deal damage. This game is such a chill game, like...
Wait, hear my prayer. Nowhere to run.
Oh, she took a lot of damage there. I'll do a video with 3080 Ti. I don't know, maybe I'll do like a comparison video with it against the 6900 or 6950 XT. Because that might be an interesting video. Just comparing those two GPUs specifically. Ouch.
We shall prevail.
Do I have a favorite game? You know, I haven't really thought about that in a while. Probably, if I had to say I had a favorite game, probably Demon's Souls. Demon's Souls is probably my favorite game. It's either Demon's Souls or Dark Souls 1. It's very tough to compare them. I also like Final Fantasy X a lot. I think in terms of my favorite like single player RPG, it's probably Final Fantasy X. Alright, here's the final phase. This is the DPS check. If you can get past this, you can finish the boss before it regenerates.
Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned.
Got him. Alright, so we passed the DPS check. We managed to get that in one cycle. It kind of depends. Like, if I had to say an overall favorite game of all time, it's tough. I'd probably say Demon's Souls. The original Demon's Souls on the PS3 is probably my favorite game of all time. Oh, the remake is really good, though. The only thing I don't like about the remake on PS5 is I don't like the way they rearranged the soundtrack. I wish that there was a way in the PS5 to change the OST back to the original PS3 OST, because I just feel like the music in the original is so much better than the rearranged orchestral tracks on the remake or the remaster. Actually, it was a remake by Blue Planet, but yeah, I would say Demon's Souls. That would be my favorite game of all time. I like Dark Souls a lot too, but it's tough. I mean, if I start really thinking back about the two games, like then it's really hard to decide. I just like that Demon's Souls overall is a shorter game, so you don't have to spend as many hours grinding through the game, unless you really wanted to go for like the platinum trophy. Then you had to grind the Sharpstone from the guy in World 4, the dual blade skeleton, which is super annoying to grind. But yeah, I'd say Demon's Souls. But if we're talking different genres, then it becomes more interesting, because I would say, in terms of RPG, probably Final Fantasy X is my favorite RPG, like single-player RPG. And then my favorite, I don't know if I had to say favorite shooter, probably Half-Life 2. If not Half-Life 2, it kind of depends, right? Because there's different genres. Like if we're talking about online multiplayer, then that's completely different.
Sometimes.
I really like the recent Gundam Evolution game.
Sense of humor.
It's funny, a lot of people have mixed reactions with Overwatch 2, because Overwatch 2 went from having like 6 vs 6 to 5v5, but Gundam Evolution, conveniently enough, recently came out. It's a free-to-play first-person shooter, and if you like Gundam, then if you're a big fan of that franchise, I mean that's probably a really good game, and if you like first-person shooters, that's even better. But I like that, and the cool thing about Gundam Evolution is it is 6 vs 6, just like the original Overwatch. So, I like that one. That's my favorite in recent memory. Apex Legends is kind of cool, although I'm terrible at it. And if we're talking like MOBAs, Smite is my favorite MOBA by far. I know a lot of people play League of Legends. I was never really a big fan of League of Legends. I did play a lot of Dota, like the original Dota, off of like the Frozen Throne, the custom game, like back in the day. But I never really got into Dota 2 or any of the other MOBAs. And League of Legends is okay, but I don't really like it that much. I tend to prefer games where the action is like either over the shoulder, third person view, kind of like this, where it's like the character is in front of me and I'm like behind them controlling the character, kind of like an MMO. That's sort of my ideal control scheme for games. And Smite is the only MOBA, well, it's the only one that I've played that has this kind of camera viewpoint. So but yeah, there's like a whole bunch of games that I would have a really hard time saying if they're my favorite, or basically I have to do like a top 10 list or something like that. Man, Sacrificial Greatsword is so good on this character. It's like my ult is always up. Old school AoE 2. Oh, that's an interesting one. You know, I would say that's probably my favorite RTS. I mean, I like StarCraft. So I like StarCraft, like Brood War. I don't really like StarCraft 2 that much. But I did like AoE 2 a lot. Like old school AoE 2. I don't really like AoE 4 that much. I feel like AoE 4... Oh, he got one shot. Oh boy. That wasn't supposed to happen. The genie of the lamp has to heal him back up. She's our tank. She's basically like an Egyptian tank. Here we go. Gladiator. Bam. I feel like this game, the one that you see me playing, this game has an amazing soundtrack though. I really like the soundtrack in this game. This game probably has the best OST of any game that I've played in recent memory. I should probably turn off the audio so you guys can just hear the OST. But I just don't want the video to get like flagged for like copyright or whatever, so that's why. Oh, it's like way over here. Oh, I want it to come back. It might reset if it goes too far away.
Do your work. Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due.
There we go. Final phase. Here we go. DPS check. This is her only. The only reason why we have her in the group is for this final phase.
Nowhere to run.
There. So I can get this in one cycle. Don't have to waste time. Basically, for those watching wondering what I'm doing in this game, like I'm just farming this boss to get this item called Quelled Creeper, because this thing allows me to ascend to the final level here for this character. And then I'm also trying to just farm up some artifacts. Like this one's, it's a crit rate, but it's not that good. Like defense and HP is not really that good, unless I have a character that scales with HP, which a lot of them actually do. But yeah, so it's basically your typical free-to-play live service game, which is basically, it's in the format of like a single-player RPG, open world, kind of like Breath of the Wild in terms of the gameplay. Like you're able to glide around, you're able to scale cliffs relatively easily, just like in the Zelda game. Alright, so I think that was all I wanted to do. We're pretty much close to the end of the stream. Like, unless there's any other discussion people want to have regarding, like, ARC, the Radeon cards.
Yeah, committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Surrender.
Oh wait, this is not the right party for this.
Wait.
Let's play turtle again.
This is gonna cause me to get the wrong item drop. This is not what I want.
We shall prevail.
Did she already get her ult?
Make yourselves at home. Grow, grow, grow. Let's play turtle again.
Okay, that actually worked, surprisingly. Man, I don't, you know, like, I feel like I need to make some kind of video now about, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth making a video on PCIe generation differences, but I was surprised, though, that we had a really massive discussion on PCIe Gen 5 I was not expecting a long discussion like that, but I think it was useful for everyone watching. And again, I have the wrong characters in here. Oops.
Hear my prayer.
The Temple of Wisdom. I see everything.
Her damage is really lousy if she's just the primary DPS. I really need like
Your sins weigh upon
yeah, I need like
You stand condemned.
this guy, for instance. Like this guy just shreds through enemies' HP bars. But he gives me the wrong drops. That's the only reason why. Because whenever I kill these enemies using electricity, they drop the wrong item. So that's the reason why. Well, I guess I'm done because that's no more of them show up on the map. So we're done. So that's good. There's so many videos showing the performance difference between generations that it isn't worth it. Yeah, I guess. Okay. I just think that people who say that like Gen 5 or like M.2 drives don't matter and resource lane sharing doesn't matter, I feel like they're missing the point. Oftentimes those type of comments, they're either misinformed, and it's not their fault, they're just misinformed. Or they just don't know. Like, that's the thing, right? Like there's a reason why the PS5 is significantly... The PS5 results in a significantly better experience than the PS4. And one of the biggest things is the storage speed being vastly faster than it was on the previous generation. So, what do I need to do here? I need to craft some stuff. I need to craft these. I think I needed like 24 of these, so I need like 12 more of these. So that means 12 times 3. I need like 36 of these. So I don't even think I can get enough of those. Oh, we're still short. Unless we get lucky and we... 10% chance double product? Maybe? Oh, yes, we're in. Okay. Sucrose coming through. Alright, that means that we can probably ascend her. That's exactly what I needed. Now I need 5 more from the boss. See, that's why I'm farming the boss. And we need 6 of these. So, we're not quite there yet. So that's gonna be tomorrow. What PS5 exclusive am I most looking forward to? Honestly, really the only PS5 exclusives that I have are Horizon Forbidden West and the Demon's Souls remake. You know, honestly, I don't know, because most of the games that I have actually been paying attention to have all been multi-platform. And I think Sony is really pivoting their strategy. Like, I think Sony realizes that they have to kind of change their business model when it comes to the console. Because I do think that the consoles are eventually not going to exist. At least the way we know it. I personally think that what Sony needs to do is they need to make like a gaming desktop that is Linux based. Because what I see happening is Microsoft is really killing it with the Game Pass. And the fact that Game Pass works with PC, it's like a win-win strategy for Microsoft. Microsoft's playing the long game. They know they can't win against Sony in like on the console space directly, because the PlayStation in general over Xbox just has so much more mindshare globally. Like in North America, Xbox is pretty strong, but if you look at it on a global scale, if we talk about the console wars, Microsoft is really only strong in North America. If you go outside North America, maybe the European market, but not so much anywhere else. Like, if you go into like the Asian market, the Middle Eastern market, Southeast Asia, South Africa, like Central America, like in all these different spaces, all these different markets, these different regions, PlayStation is way stronger in terms of the public perception, just the brand loyalty. It's kind of like AMD and Nvidia in the GPU space. So think of like AMD Radeon as kind of like Microsoft Xbox, and then PlayStation is kind of like GeForce. Like people just tend to just prefer PlayStation over Xbox for whatever reason. So that's just a thing. So I think Microsoft is kind of changing the game by going with Game Pass, and I think PlayStation has realized, Sony has realized that long term they're going to lose a lot of business because PC gaming is really growing, and the traditional console model, like a console being in a living room, like a family room as an appliance, it's not really a thing the way it was 10, 15, 20 years ago, or even in its height, like in the PS2 era, for instance. So I think they recognize this. They recognize that in a lot of markets, mobile gaming is really the dominant player today. So I think Nintendo has a strong market in that regard, but the Nintendo Switch is really old and really is due for an upgrade. So that's a completely different, separate issue, though. So like in terms of Sony, I think Sony's making the right moves in terms of trying to get into the PC market. One of the things that they're doing is, obviously, if you've noticed, like they're starting to release more and more of their first-party titles, like the Naughty Dog titles, for instance, like Uncharted, God of War, not Forbidden West, Horizon Zero Dawn. A lot of these games that are traditionally PlayStation exclusive titles are now starting to show up on PC, whether we're talking Epic Games or if we're talking Steam. So I feel like Sony's gotten to the point where they realize long term they're gonna play a losing battle against the general gaming market. So I think they're in a discovery phase right now, if you will, where they're trying to pivot. They're trying to experiment with like putting some of their games in the PC space and see how successful they are. And then obviously they're generating revenue because they're selling more copies on the PC, so it's almost like they're multi-platform. And then they're also trying to get in the hardware space. So, like for example, they recently launched the InZone brand, like the monitor that I'm using right here to play this game on. This is a Sony InZone M9. It's a high-end 4K 144Hz HDR monitor, and it's primarily meant to go with the PC, but it does work with the PlayStation 5 as well. So they haven't neglected their hardware. They're just kind of augmenting it and kind of expanding out. So I really like that they're doing that. That's kind of something that I feel like they should have done that a long time ago. Like if I was part of their gaming business unit, I would have said years ago, we need a strategy in terms of some kind of alternative to the traditional console model. And I do think that if they really wanted to change the game up, they should really work on a Linux-based gaming PC, because that would be a huge... I don't know, it's very risky though, because the public at large prefers Windows. So if you try to sell Linux, like for example, if they were to sell like a pre-build, like how Steam, like Valve has the Steam Deck, right? Like what's to stop Sony from making their own Steam Deck equivalent, but it's a PlayStation branded appliance? And if they have the Linux OS, that reduces cost because they don't have to license for Microsoft for the OS. If they're going to do pre-builds, they can optimize the games to run just as they do on PlayStation. The system can potentially be more secure, although I highly doubt that long term. But, there's those kind of things that they could do. Like, I feel like if Sony made if a PlayStation 6, hypothetically, if a PlayStation 6 was a Linux-based gaming PC, essentially, at its core, where you can... It consists of, like, a Sony InZone monitor like this, or like a 1080p one, or a 1440p one, like different options, and the Sony InZone headphones, the mouse and keyboard, they can partner with somebody like Corsair or somebody to make their own brand of that, or If they did something like that, you know, I think they would have a real good winner on their side. I mean, at least I would probably be willing to try it out. I experimented with Linux, with gaming on Linux in the past, and for the most part it was okay. You know, the Radeon drivers are pretty good on Linux. The GeForce ones are proprietary, so it's kind of weird. I mean, it's not weird, but you know, you don't really have much control. Everything just seems kind of watered down on Linux when it comes to gaming. But you know, that's something that I think Sony should seriously consider, if they haven't already attempted to do that internally, is experiment with like a Linux-based gaming PC carrying the PlayStation name. I think that would be an interesting shakeup for the market in terms of what they can bring in terms of value. So, I don't know. That's kind of my opinion on the future for Sony on the PC and mobile platform. Like, I think Sony has, in my mind, has always been a really good hardware and software company, kind of like Apple, but not, you know, they don't carry the same amount of prestige that they used to in the past. But I think they could really bring that back with a new next generation gaming platform that they have like ownership of, not just like, you know, Windows and that kind of thing. So yeah, like leveraging Vulkan, you know, that sort of thing. Because PlayStation isn't DirectX based at all, because that's a Microsoft technology. So the way the games on PlayStation are rendered today, like all those APIs are going to be something different. I think there's some kind of derivative of OpenGL, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, like OpenGL, Vulkan, these are the sort of areas where I think they need to make investments on the software development side in order to fully realize some kind of future for an actual gaming platform that can replace the traditional console model. Because I do think that over time, the console model is not going to last. I think that they're going to need refresh cycles, like with what they did with the PS4 Pro, for instance. I think they need like a PS5 Pro or something like that. Or if they make a PlayStation 6, make it modular. Make it be where you can remove the graphics component and upgrade it later on, right? Essentially turning it into kind of like a PC. So something like that, where they can get multiple generations out of it. Although the console's lifespan is really long. Typically it's 10 years. 7 to 10 years is a console's lifespan. At least in Sony's mind. So Steam Deck is working on being integrated into Linux. Yeah. So these are all interesting ideas, like in terms of the gaming industry, and I kind of think these are maybe these are more things that could be content on the channel in the future. Because I do want to do something. I do want to address like my opinion on the console wars, like where I see Microsoft and Sony going with the next generation, like after the PS5 and after the Xbox Series X. Because I do think the days of the traditional console are numbered. I do think that is a shrinking business. The fact that the gaming market overall is growing, I do think that the console market itself is actually declining over the long run. So, you know, obviously the demand for the PS5 kind of contradicts that statement. But if you look at the big picture, the way most people play games is typically going to be on mobile. If not on mobile, it's starting to become more PC. I feel like the PC market is growing. You know, the fact that the computer is an all-purpose, a general-purpose sort of solution, that you can do more with it than you can with like a traditional gaming console, for instance. That's why I feel like Sony should really pivot and go with like a Linux type of PC, gaming PC or something. That would certainly like put a thorn in Microsoft's plans in terms of market share if it ever took off. Most of the people that grew up with the consoles as kids have turned to PC now in the last few years. Yeah, I mean, just to add to that comment, that's an interesting comment, because I do agree with that. Like, in general, I think if the people that I know, they typically don't really use consoles anymore. They might have an Xbox Series X, or an old PS4, or an old Xbox, or even like a PS5, but they don't really use it as much. I mean, speaking from personal experience, I have the PS5, but the thing is, like, do I use it as much as the PC? Certainly not. And I honestly, I haven't used a console as a living room, family room based appliance for gaming in a very long time. I think it was the PS3 era where I basically bought my first capture card and essentially fused my PS3 with my PC via the capture card. So basically every time I would play on the PlayStation 3 and then the PlayStation 4 and now the PlayStation 5, I load up my PC, open up AverMedia's Rec Central. If I'm just going to play the game on the PS5, I just use AverMedia's Rec Central software, you know, drag it over to my 4-screen monitor, like full screen it, and there we go. I'm just playing on the PS5, but it's through the PC viewport. So your PS5 or the PC's in the living room hooked up to the TV, do everything. Yeah, I mean same thing, right? Like, and if you had a console, you could. So yeah, like even in that scenario, you could benefit from a capture card in the PC, hook up the PS5 to the capture card, and you know, essentially you can record all your gameplay from PS5 exclusives. You could, you know, this is nothing really new. Anybody who's like a big like Twitch streamer that covers like all the new games at release, especially the exclusives, like they all know this. This isn't like trade secrets or anything. A 4K capture card is pretty affordable now by today's standards. So, I mean, I have videos on my channel talking about the AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt. That's a Thunderbolt-based capture card, but you know, there's an internal one like the AverMedia 4K. I mean, my recent PC video where I show you guys, like when for example, the best example I have in recent memory is the 13th gen, the 13900K build video that I did. If you guys want to see what I'm talking about, like, check the video on 13900K unboxing and Z790 PC build. I literally show like the capture cards installed at the end of at the beginning and at the end of the video. So I'm using 4K 60 Hertz HDR capable capture cards with my PS5. So it's like I'm not missing out on anything with my PS5 using it through a capture card. So the Intel Arc A770 is one of the cheapest electronic purchases I've made. Same thing with me. I'll agree there. Yeah, yeah. I mean, compared to all the stuff that I like, if I had to go through all the things that I purchased in the last month and a half, the A770 definitely is the lowest cost thing. You know, like compared to this, this $500 X670E Aorus Master and this $500 Z790 Aorus Master, yeah, Arc is definitely the most affordable thing. That's why I keep saying it's the value king. It can't be beaten. 16 gigabytes for $350. You can't beat that. You certainly can't beat that. That's amazing value. So I'll agree with that. Arc A770. It's funny, the previous stream I think was a good... It was kind of going over like all the issues with all these recent product launches. So far, we're still waiting on 4080, and then of course AMD's GPUs in December. So we'll see how that goes. I don't really anticipate a lot of issues with 4080. I think it's gonna get scalped instantly, and you won't, or it's gonna get gobbled up by bots, sniping it from people before they get a chance to buy it online. So I'll say this, if you really want a 4080 and you don't want to buy AMD for whatever reason, you're going to want to be able to be near a Micro Center. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very hard to get one. Otherwise, if you're on the fence, I would wait till December. I would wait to see what happens, because here's the thing, like with the NVIDIA GPUs, you kind of need a new power supply. If you want to avoid the fiasco that is the melting adapters, I would definitely wait for new power supplies. I'm not saying you can't, like, run the adapter, but if you have a 300 volt rated cable, then you're okay. But if you buy a 4090 and you just get unlucky and you get one of the 150 volt rated ones, I don't know, man. I probably wouldn't run it myself. Not until I get a new power supply. So I definitely wait for AMD. I feel like the fact that you don't have to deal with the stupid adapter, you get Displayport 2.1, you get 24 gigabytes or 20 gigabytes if you're going for the non-XTX. I honestly think that AMD's kind of the value king if you can consider $1,000 for a graphics card value. But it certainly seems like it's good value compared to the competition. So, yeah, I would definitely wait for it. Like, I personally am not going to try to get a 4080. Originally, I did try to get a 4090. I didn't get one. I did get the ARC A770 instead. And then I still kind of wanted to get a 4090, but they were all constantly out of stock. We all know that story. I told you guys that story a couple times, but I decided to buy 13th gen instead of the 4090. And looking back, I don't know if that was a good decision, but considering I have issues with it blue screening and I can't keep the temperatures from overheating on an air cooler, so I'm probably going to do some content on the 13900K in the near future. I'm basically going to talk about how to rein in the temperatures using power limits, enforcing power limits on the card, or not on the card, on the CPU, because it has not been a very good experience so far. So that is the reason why we're still streaming on the AM5 platform, because I can't bring myself to use 13900K in its current state. It's just unreliable. And you know, to prove my point, if you guys watched Jay's recent, so I'm talking about Jay's 2 cents. Jay's 2 cents, he talked about, like today he put out a video talking about AMD's recent press release with the 7000 series GPUs. He did say that he is 100% going with the 7950X as his home PC for his personal use. He just doesn't know what GPU to pair it with. But he did reference the fact that he had problems with the 12900K Alder Lake 12th gen at work. So he referenced that. I know exactly the problems that he's talking about, because I have ranted about the same exact problems with my 12700K in the past. And I haven't run into the same problem on 13900K, but I have run into a different problem, which is basically BSOD, which is really, really annoying. And just to layer something on top of that, if you guys know The Full Nerd, so PC World has their podcast, The Full Nerd, well, they were live one time, and their 12900K, which is what their streaming PC was using, literally decided to do a BSOD on them while they were live. And it was kind of embarrassing for them, because they had the whole chat going, and then all of a sudden they go off the air, and that's because their 12900K just decided to do a BSOD on them. So Alder Lake and I guess Raptor Lake are really not the best thing when it comes to stability. I don't know what it is. I personally think it's the E-cores and the P-cores latency penalty problem with Windows that's causing it. I haven't been able to prove that, but I personally have seen Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker randomly crash to desktop on me while I was using Alder Lake. And I would go back to my old Ryzen 5800X, and I would never have that problem. And then so far I've been using the new 7000 series AMD CPU, and I've never had that problem. It's 100% stable, so I don't know what it is about big core, little core. Maybe it's because I'm on Windows 10, I don't know. But I what I'm saying is I've seen multiple issues from other people, including big YouTubers, and that doesn't really speak well for Intel's current CPU lineup. So, have you seen the videos by Island Contact Frame? See, I'm not gonna put a contact frame. Like, why would I put a contact frame on? I'm not gonna take apart my socket. Like, that sounds so, like, why would you do that? Like, why, that shouldn't be a thing. The fact that contact frames exist is just sad. It's sad. Do you think the average Joe is gonna want to do that? Like, the fact that you have to line it up so you don't screw it up is already kind of a no-no for me. And I've considered myself technically inclined enough where I could probably install the contact frame without any issue. Will I do that? No, absolutely not, because it shouldn't be necessary to do that. Yeah, I know all about the contact frame. I know about DeBauer and all his work on that. He's done amazing work on that. I'm not trying to, like, put him down. He's an amazing guy, great stuff, but am I going to personally do that to my own socket? No thanks. No. You shouldn't have to do that. It's very sad. I mean, he's made the D-litter for the new AMD CPUs, but should you have to do that because AMD decided to make the IHS too tall? No, you shouldn't. It was a stupid move on AMD's part. But the fact that Intel's just so poorly behaved is just really, really bad. I think what's going to end up happening is Intel's going to have to release BIOS updates that lower the boost algorithm, which basically means that Intel 13th Gen will perform worse with new BIOS updates, and that's the only way they can get true stability out of the part. To stop the blue screens, to stop people with problems with XMP not working properly. Unfortunately, they're going to have to lower performance. AMD, FYI, AMD has already lowered performance with the AGISA 1003A BIOS. Like, the boost algorithm on AMD now is worse than it was at launch. Scatterbencher did a video about this. This is not new news, but AMD has already lowered performance slightly on their, I think it's on their multi-thread with the new BIOS. Intel is gonna have to do the same thing. Otherwise, Intel is just gonna run way too hot, and it's going to basically be unstable for the entire life of the platform, unless you have insane exotic cooling, full custom loop water, and if you're okay doing that, and with all the stupid maintenance that is involved with that, you know, that to me that's just so impractical that like, I'm somebody who cannot run custom loop because you guys know me. I have all these GPUs. I change out my hardware all the time. Like, every couple of weeks, I'm changing out RAM. I'm changing out, like, GPUs. I cannot run a custom loop. I pull out stuff from my motherboard way too often. I can't do it. I have to be on air. At best, I could be on, like, a 360 rad. But no, I don't want that because the fractal torrent doesn't really... It's not really... It doesn't really do, like, liquid cooling that well. Let's just put it that way. It's meant for air cooling. So the fact that I can't, like, handle 13th Gen on an air cooler is pretty sad in terms of Intel's incompetence. Or I guess Intel's greed in terms of wanting to just chart top by a little margin, right? So I do think that Intel's going to have to lower performance with BIOS updates. It's the only way that they're going to get control of the stability problems. Especially on Windows 10. ARC tends to run hotter than the 3070 Ti. And until they do that, you're not going to see me really, like, stream with a 13900K. I really want to. I really want to, like, do more actual, like, real-world use out of this CPU. But the way it is currently, this is just a gimmick. And, like, the only thing I can do with it is, like, make videos about, like, how to power limit it, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of sad. But, I don't know how the i5 works, but the i5 is probably better because it doesn't have the high temps. It doesn't. I mean, it still has high temps and high power, but it's not like that bad. The whole chip architecture is old and needs to change. I mean, yeah. See, a lot of people don't realize, like, this Raptor Lake is literally just 11th gen, just like Alder Lake was,
Sure what to do next.
but just shrunken down to Intel 10 nanometer. That's all it is. Remember how everybody hated on Rocket Lake so much? Everybody hated on Rocket Lake, calling it a waste of sand. But Rocket Lake is basically the same architecture that this is derivative of. Rocket Lake was this at 14 nanometer, plus. Then they finally shrunk the node to 10 nanometer, and that's what 12th gen was. And because of the space savings, they were able to bolt on some E-cores, which are Skylake based. Apple gaming performance is worse than a laptop 3060. No, I think you're missing the point on that comment about Apple. No, I get what Pete's saying. No, yeah, they do need a new architecture. Yeah, no, they definitely do, right? Like, that's the thing. That's the reason why they have the problem. Like, they're stuck on 10 nanometer. They have to go with massive amounts of power. That's going to translate into a lot of heat. That's going to transfer into loud fan noise. Just an overall bad experience, because if you're in a room and you're live streaming for... How long have we been live? We've been live for 4.5 hours. Can you imagine if I was streaming off of the 1300K, how hot and sweaty I'd be in this room right now? Like, it would not be a pleasant experience. Like, think about that. Think about the practicality of the 1300K for a second. And then you'll realize why I don't use it. So was it a good use of money? Probably not. Will it make some good content? Yes. So maybe it is worth it because of that. On the high-end Apple laptop. Well, no, I mean, I think he's saying, like, the architecture. Because Apple has M1. M1 Max. You know, like, that's very energy efficient. It's very good at video rendering. It's amazing in terms of the performance per watt. I think that's what Pete's talking about. And Intel is not good with performance per watt. Intel Arc A770 isn't that bad for raising room temps. Yeah, I mean, we're not... Yeah, but, like... We're not talking about Intel Arc. Intel Arc is fine. Intel Arc is not the problem. We're talking about the CPU. The CPU is a problem. The performance is good, but, you know, like, the temps aren't good. The heat's not good. But anyway, I think with that being said, we're probably going to go ahead and end the stream. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say on the topic at large. We already talked about the 7000 series. I think it's good. AMD pretty much checked all the boxes. I think the only miss was probably Gen 5, but that doesn't really matter. We had that whole debate about does it matter, does it not matter. When it comes to sharing lanes, yes, it does kind of matter long term, but in the immediate need, no, not really. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I guess it's not really needed today, but it would have been nice to have, because as I always say, it's better to have something and not need it than to need it and not have it. So I think that's a pretty good summary of the whole like PCIe 5 discussion. But other than that, I think that they executed real well in terms of the DisplayPort 2.1. The pricing was actually surprising. They actually came in a little bit under what I said yesterday. I think I said $1,100 for the flagship, and they ended up being $1,000, so that's pretty interesting. In terms of value, I think it's very good value. 24 gigabytes of memory for $1,000. That certainly beats NVIDIA's 16 gigabytes at $1,200. So, in terms of performance, we don't really know yet. We do kind of have some metrics that it's roughly 55% faster than a 6950 XT at 4K gaming. So, what does that mean for lower resolution, like 1440? I don't know. AMD historically does better the lower down you go on resolution versus NVIDIA. But it remains to be seen, like, how this newer architecture scales to lower resolutions. I do think, though, that if you are considering a new AMD 7900 XTX or the 7900 XT, you better be on a 4K monitor. Or at the very, very least, you better be on a 1440p, 144 Hz or 240 Hz monitor. Otherwise, I don't think that it's going to be worth your time and money. unless you're on one of those types of displays. And same goes for NVIDIA. Like if you're thinking of the 40 series, the exact same logic applies. I do think that the AMD one will be slightly simpler to upgrade to. You don't need to change your power supply like they were saying, and that is true. You don't need to change it. Although, granted, with NVIDIA, you could use the adapter. Do I recommend it? It depends on what adapter you get. If you get the 300 volt, you'll probably be fine. If you get the 150 volt, you probably should call up Corsair or whoever your PSU manufacturer is and ask them if they can send you a cable. So, I don't know. I will try to get one. I will try to get a 7900 XTX. If people are going to ask me, like, if I'm going to try to get one, yes, I will try to get one. Somebody did mention, like, are they going to send me one for review? I really wish they would, but my channel's not anywhere near big enough to show up on AMD's radar to be able to sample me a card. So, with that being said, if you guys like this content, if you find this interesting or entertaining or educational, or you get some kind of value out of it in some way, and if you like it and you want to see more content like this, feel free to subscribe. It really helps me out. And, you know, you can hit the bell icon if you want. Doesn't really matter. It really just depends on if you really think the content is right up your alley in terms of what we're talking about in the immediate present. So, like, we're talking about GPUs, we're talking about CPUs, motherboards, basically like PC platform in general. We're gonna do stuff with RAM. I'm gonna do a video talking about XMP and Expo in the near future. So, you know, if you like that kind of stuff, then feel free to subscribe. I mean, it would help me out. It would certainly help me show up more on the radar in terms of getting sampled for hardware, so I don't have to keep on buying all this hardware. But at some point, you know, it's not like I have unlimited budget. I can't just go out and buy, you know, whatever. I am limited, so unfortunately, I don't have money to buy a 4090 Ti or a 4090 because I blew the budget on 13th gen, unfortunately. But so I do plan to make more videos about this CPU in the near future. As well as the Ryzen AM5 platform as well. So, but I did buy the AMD platform because I am using it for the video editing, production, work, etc. So I do actually use that CPU for real, actual work. But I will try to do more coverage on that as well. So, again, if you like this content, and if you find it interesting, feel free to subscribe. It helps me out. And with that, we're probably going to go ahead and end the stream. Let me see the last comment here. Would never buy a 1300K. Let's see, 700 XT or XTX or overkill for 1440p. Yeah, so some people are probably still gonna buy it for 1440p anyway. People do whatever they want, but the thing is, it's definitely designed for 4K. So I'll just leave it at that. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get on out of here. I hope you enjoyed the stream and found it interesting. And I will be back with more content. We're probably gonna be talking about. We're probably going to do a video on 13th gen and power limiting in the near future. Kind of like what I did with Ryzen, where I did a video recently about how to make the Ryzen 7000 series boot and post way faster, as well as, you know, how to, like, get Thunderbolt working on AMD. So, if you guys are interested in that sort of content, go find the videos on the channel. And I'll see you guys in the next time with more news on games and tech-related concepts and topics. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. And once again, I thank everybody for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.